officials from the government of Odisha, industry members, and the members from the media. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone to the FICCI East India Skill Connect 2025 here in Bhubaneswar. So without further ado, I would like to invite on stage the panelists for the session, and may I please request Mr. Sabyasachi Patnaik, the Managing Director, Location Lead at Accenture, Dr. V. Panduranga, Professor, School of Mechanical Sciences and Dean, Continuing Education at IIT Bhubaneswar, Mr. Sunil Kumar Sahu, Co-Founder and CEO at INO Dust Tech Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Amit Arora, DGM Government Programs at National Skill Development Corporation. And to moderate the session, may I please call upon Ms. Nandita Sebastian, the Vice President for Data Research and Monitoring at Generation India. Thank you, panelists. May I now request Nandita to please take on the session. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this panel discussion on leveraging AI and automation in skill development. We are at a pivotal time in the Indian economy where AI and automation is projected to contribute over 500 billion USD to the economy and create nearly 20 million jobs by the end of this year. These technologies have the power to transform the way we approach skill development. So we are honored to have distinguished panelists here with us who will share valuable insights from different perspectives, whether it's industry, academia, policy, and the training partner ecosystem. And to set the stage, we have first Mr. Sabyasachi, from whom we would like to understand the current state of AI and automation. So Accenture has been at the forefront of adopting technologies at cutting edge technologies in different modules. So if you can tell us about what are some most promising use cases of AI and automation in skill development you have seen or implemented, and how Accenture is using them, and how can AI driven skill platforms help in mapping future skill needs?
Thank you, Nandita, and good morning, everyone. Really an honor to be amongst all of you here. I'm the Managing Director for Accenture in Bhubaneswar as the center at here. We have close to about 1,800 people in the location right now. And we've grown to this number in the last 10 months since the inception of the unit here. And interestingly, this center, Accenture in Bhubaneswar, is getting branded as the Data and AI Center, within ATCI, which is the Advanced Technology Centers of India within Accenture. Now, Accenture has been in the forefront when it comes to data and AI, specifically on AI. When OpenAI came into play, early of last financial year. And that is when Accenture called out some huge investments in setting up Gen AI labs all around the world, and I mean the result of that has been that more than 300,000 employees of Accenture in India has been trained and certified on AI, and at the same time, till late last year, the total revenue from AI within Accenture outnumbered the total revenue of AI of all the system integrators in India, for that quarter, right? So that's what scale does to you when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now, some of the use cases that I would want to highlight, first is, just to give you the context, right? So when it comes to training, right, or the enablement or the skill development, the conventional way of getting upskilling, right, done within an enterprise has always been that you look at the training content, right, and then have people go through those training content and then get themselves assessed, and then they get deployed onto projects, right? Now the funnel has gotten inverted on its head, right? So the next generation of upskilling doesn't start with the training content anymore, right? It starts with the project itself, and then you have the skills ontologies, and then you have the skills assessment, where we talk about what the gaps are and what the goals are, and then based on the learning potential of the employees, right, is when the deployment onto projects happen, right? That's how the entire upskilling methodology has changed over time. Now, looking at how the enterprises have embraced AI, in the same manner, they have these conversational coaches, right? The AI conversational coaches, where you don't have to really go through the videos of instructors offering a training program or some static content and an LMS and what have you. But here we are talking about an AI model whereby there is a coach, and the coach actually helps you get trained, right? And based on your responses to the questions asked, the coach will actually help you out in learning quicker, learning faster, and learning at scale. So that's one that has been implemented in a lot of these large carriers. I come from the financial services background and more specifically into insurance, and I can tell you that insurance as an industry has always been a laggard when it comes to adoption of technology, but that has changed now. Most of the tier one insurance carriers have adopted AI at scale, right? So that's one. Second is that when it comes to understanding the training needs of individuals, right? So that's where psychometry comes into play, and that's one of the key aspects of identifying or generating AI orchestrated learning paths for people, and that actually helps a lot when it comes to absorbing the content and making themselves ready to embrace the future when it comes to newer technology. So those are some of the very many use cases which are at play right now as we speak, and I think we're sitting at the crossroads of a future which is, I wouldn't say uncertain, because uncertain is not the right word here, but it's really exciting because we don't know what is in store, how and where it'll land, right? And but I think in India, and I think we'll talk about this in greater detail from others. We'll hear from on this subject from other panelists as well. But in India, there is a lot to be done, right? Not just in terms of having organizations or institutions adopting AI, but it's about how we consume AI, as customers. Now, we as Indians, we've always been, we're all wired, just to take instructions. We are not wired to ask questions, right? And when it comes to generative AI, unless you are good at prompting, you'll never get the right answers, right? So I think that's where we'll have to do a lot of kind of work to kind of get our this generation and the generation that's the next that's coming after this current cycle is over, as to how can they ask the right questions, right? And that's when everything is available to everyone. And what you see is what you get, is what we have heard so far. Now, the next generation content will actually be around what you ask is what you get, right?
Thank you, Mrs. Sabyasachi. So that's definitely very insightful, and it's good to know that Accenture is not only leading the way for AI and automation, but they've already set some standards that can be adopted by several employer partners, and so that's definitely something to learn from. And one important thing that I'd like to point that resonates well is the aspect where you mentioned that just the tools are not enough. The need for upskilling in using those tools is what's going to be the game changer here. So thanks so much for your insights on that. Moving on, we've understood the corporate and the industry angle here. I'd like to now move to Dr. Ranga from IIT Bhubaneswar. It's one of India's premier academic institutions, and it's at the forefront of integrating advanced technologies with education and skill development. So for you, sir, I'd like to understand, how do you see AI and automation impacting traditional vocational skill training and job roles? And how is AI currently being integrated into academic institutions and skill training programs? And if you can share some insights from IIT Bhubaneswar's research efforts.
Thank you, madam. So first of all, good morning to all the panel members and the participants for this FICCI's event. And really, I'm honored to be a part of this panel discussion regarding artificial intelligence and automation aspects and how they are going to influence the skill development programs in India. We all know that IITs are leading in education and technologies. So basically, I am a professor in mechanical engineering and I did my PhD in the area of automation and artificial intelligence. And I look this problem uh, like this. And really, the AI and artificial intelligence they are trying to reshape the traditional aspects of skilling, skill development, and job roles, the workers that we are going to place them in the industry. So I see there are a lot of challenges, and at the same time, we have to convert these challenges into opportunities. Really, these challenges are for the workers, or for the training systems, or for the industry. The problems are there. These are the real challenges. We have to convert these challenges into opportunities. I see, like as an academician, and I teach my students in the class, and when they release after 4 years to really going to an industry, I see there is a lot of gaps between industry and academia that we discussed from so many years. And now also it is continuing, and slowly we are trying to bridge the gap. Coming to the challenges, there are 5 to 6 challenges. Changing the job requirements because of the introduction of AI and automation, the job requirements are really changing. And it also requires the shifting of expertise towards digital and some technical skills, and results in new roles and specializations, which requires upskilling and reskilling. And by doing so, people also think like they change uh, the job concerns, whatever they are doing, they have to be relieved from the present job and they have to take up a new job. And when really comes to training, we have to integrate the traditional methods. So we are so having expertise in traditional methods of training the students, or the making the students industry ready. And along with that, we have to make some ultra modern techniques to train the students. So if you analyze like changing the job requirements, if a worker is working in the shop floor or an assembly system, so now if you replace the human worker by a robot, so which is having some integrated electronics and software, and where it can take its own decision and can perform the task. So now we see like it is taking the job of human being, or the worker is not updated and that responsibility was given to a particular robot. And we see that we are losing jobs on one way. But on the other hand, I see the problem like losing one job and getting 4 jobs. So one robot, replacing one robot by a worker in an industry, it requires at least 4 engineers, like one from mechanical, one from electrical, one from electronics, and one from computer science to make that robot. And when the robot is made and it is entering into the industry, someone has to program it and somebody has to maintain it. So in that way, in place of one worker, 5 people are getting recruited and they are getting their livelihood. And we also need to see the problem like earlier, when the worker is working, when the human being is working on the mission, his role was restricted to a worker. Now we are generating white collar jobs. Instead of directly working on the machine, the people are really getting literacy in digital education, like generating codes or generating algorithms, and developing new models and learning some modeling softwares in mechanical engineering. And they make different types of robots and they will be programmed, and electronics engineers are there to design the circuits. And finally they will, the hardcore blue collar job will be converted to 5 white collar jobs. And in that case, so we really need to train our youngsters to take up the challenges. Yes, an academician, I see we teach so many fundamentals like in artificial intelligence, and every time I teach these automation aspects in the class, people are saying yes, but when it comes to reality, the students are not having that required expertise. And coming to that upskilling and reskilling, really, as I mentioned earlier, we were experts in traditional method of designing and traditional method of controlling the machines. Now we are integrating all the machines. So if you see the shop floor, there is no human being. Only in a highly automated manufacturing shop, there is only one operator who is looking after the programming aspects on all our the machines that are working. So for that, we have to train the students in the upcoming softwares. So where really the industry needs to help. So industry is always ahead of academics. We train the students on basic skills, and whenever they go and join some industry now. Patnaik sir was telling, so they used to give training. So even if you see big companies like Infosys and Mahindra Tech, so they all train the students. Once we train and release them after 4 years, and they provide at least 6 months of training, which is highly customized training for that industry, and they allow them to do job. So that type of what we call training, if you could provide when they are on the campus, maybe they will be industry ready. As I also mentioning, we have to blend the training methodology, traditional training methodology, along with modern training methodology, like using augmented reality and virtual reality tools to train the student. Then they will be able to see and immerse in the actual environment. They feel like they will be immersed in the real environment, and they will be learning the task. So these are various challenges, and at the same time, as I mentioned, these challenges need to be converted into opportunities, so that our youngster will be leaders, world leaders in various technologies. This is my first question. Coming to the second question, Madam has asked how the higher educational institutions like IITs, they look into the problem and what type of remedial measures we are taking. So when AI and automation are increasingly entering into the industry, so now we thought of adapting those things to the academy also. So when you thought of adapting those things to the academy, I could see three different problems. The first one is personalized learning. So when I take a class of 60 to 80 students, and I'll be teaching the same thing to all, and I'll be taking one mid examination, and I'll be taking one end semester examination, and based on that I'm grading. And I am not really bothering about what individual is learning. So whether they are really learning or just for the sake of attendance, they are coming to the class and getting some marks. So for that, when you try to integrate these artificial intelligence tools into the academia, really we could get personalized learning. So there we may like miss the human touch. Like during Corona also we have seen. So we used to offer online classes, but people were not happy. So people were doing their own work and attending classes. Even if I attend some online meeting also, I do my personal work and attend the online meeting. So we are not going to do justice, and we are not would not give 100% towards the meeting or towards the class, whatever they want. So then once they return to the classes, I ask the students, what was your opinion? Of course, sir, we are staying at home and enjoying home food, but we were missing 50% of the class. When you are there in the class, you are shouting and you were with emotions. We used to interact with the students emotionally, sometimes laughing, sometimes showing aggression, sometimes anger. And so that we try to get the attention of the students and try to make them perfect in the particular concept. But in that process, I will be missing that evaluation angle. So how to evaluate individual so that I will be able to catch hold of the weakness of the particular student. So then recently, I am also Dean Continuing Education at IIT Bhubaneswar, and we also offer online courses across India. So one learning management system, one startup company, they came to me and they said they have integrated AI in their LMS. Like when the student is taking the class, and in between it will be asking some small questions, and the student acts appropriately. It says, okay, that student has got the concept related to the particular thing. Otherwise, it will be saying that no, this boy is weak in so and so fundamental, and it is advising the student to go through the so and so fundamentals. So that type of systems are also coming, but it will take a long time. So we all know India, it is still developing. When I was 10 years old and I was going to high school, then I heard India is developing. Still, I am 50 years old. Still, I am hearing India is developing. So we could establish certain resources in terms of higher educational institutions, because of which we all got job and we are serving the nation. And with great difficulty, government has established that IIT Bhubaneswar, say for example, it is 2,500 crores worth investment they made. They have created basic infrastructure. But if I want government, I want this type of learning management system. So government won't be able to provide. So now what we are doing at IIT Bhubaneswar, so we thought of collaborating with experts as part of skilling the students. Okay. The second one, I will come there also, like collaborations of IIT Bhubaneswar in terms of AI and upskilling our youth. The second problem is the curriculum development and skill alignment. So we are making the students experts in the core domain, like mechanical engineer, electrical engineering, electronics, and computer science. But whatever the programming skills they learned as part of computer science program for 4 years, and it is also not sufficient. They require fine tuning in highly customized, highly customized softwares related to a particular organization. That we are missing, and that for that we need to have close monitoring with our industry, and so that our curriculum will be aligned as per the skill requirement of our country and the world. And by introducing these two, I can say the faculty will be getting so much relief, because most of my tasks, whatever I wanted to evaluate, or whatever I want to evaluate the scripts, that those things will be done by our AI system, and the faculty will be more focused on to teaching. That 50% of the time we will be spending on evaluating the students. That is the important hurdle for the experts. That problem can be solved. The efficacy of the teacher, the efficiency will be, and these are most generalized aspects. Now coming to IIT Bhubaneswar, what we are doing and what we are trying to help the youth of our country. So I am being head of continuing education at IIT Bhubaneswar. So I have developed one plan of integrating IIT system with experts outside. So the private players who are there outside. So one such program we are doing, that is training the youth in semiconductor technology, which is now India heavily participating in semiconductor device development. And there is one company called Mossad Labs that is at Hyderabad, and we had one collaboration with them to train the students in semiconductor technology. And as part of the first initiation, there are 72 students enrolled, and they will be trained on skills related to semiconductor. This is related to academics, and still we are trying. And just now I was talking to Sunilji also. He is having expertise in RE technologies, and like that we are planning to have collaborations with outside experts. Coming to IIT Bhubaneswar faculty, we work aggressively on research related to artificial intelligence. We have developed some tools for natural language processing by using AI, and traffic monitoring. And if the traffic is congested, we can guide the driver to choose an alternative route, management, and conducting laboratory sessions. Also, the people have developed by using AR, VR technology. So apart from that, we also started one center at IIT Bhubaneswar, that is Artificial Intelligence and High Performance Computing Research Center. There it is working on several verticals like AI in healthcare, which is we are working with AIMS Bhubaneswar, and AI in agriculture, we work with IIT Ropar, and AI in robotics, I am heading that vertical, we work with DRDO. And similarly, Odisha is rich in minerals. We also started one vertical in AI in mining, AI in railways. Recently, our head talked to Ashwini Vaishnavji, and he has given one problem in AI in railways. And we also work with government of Odisha in AI in smart grid technologies, electrical engineering people they work. So these are some of the initiatives in research and in academics that IIT Bhubaneswar is engaging AI and automation technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's super insightful. Some things that absolutely are critical that you mentioned are around that while AI is creating is supposedly it's assumed that they're probably displacing jobs, but they're creating more number of jobs as far as some niche areas are concerned. So that's something that we look for. That's a very important point that you made, and it's good to know that IIT Bhubaneswar is making so many initiatives across multiple sectors, and when such sectors are, AI-enabled solutions are being sought in multiple sectors, what it needs is skilling in these sectors as well, so that people are skilled to perform as per the requirements. So thanks so much for sharing. Having now heard both industry and the academia around AI solutions that are there, or the tools that are there, I'd like to now move to the vocational training space, and we have with us Mr. Sunil Kumar Sahu. You are implementing training at the ground, and skilling initiatives are for everybody in the country. So what are the primary challenges in integrating AI into skilling initiatives, especially in rural or less digitally connected areas? If you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Thank you, Nandita ji. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me. So thank you, the audience and all sitting over here. So giving a brief one-line introduction, our company Nodust is India's one of the largest organization who is providing training in RE field, renewable energy. So since last 12 years, we are doing the same thing, training in the renewable energy. So coming to this point that the challenges that the students face, or the candidates face in AI, I think one of the possible challenges is the digital infrastructure, number one, because I'll make it a priority. Coming to the rural area, yes, the infrastructure is like electricity or less internet could be one of the possible challenges that the students may face. But I'll come to the first point, the digital infrastructure. I'll give an example of WorldSkill. So I was nominated as an expert for 2022 and 24 for WorldSkill in RE. So WorldSkill, it is like Olympic of sports in skill development, every 2 years conducted in an international platform. So when I had seen the syllabus, this is like what we see, that hell and heaven difference that we teach to the students and what would be performed in the WorldSkill level. It was an extensive syllabus covering solar, wind, and small hydro. To some extent, we were able to perform what we knew. And again, when it came to wind and small hydro, then we wanted to train our candidate best of the organization. And IIT Roorkee is one of the premier organization in small hydro. So we had taken the candidate into IIT Roorkee, and we had seen that there is a replica in a simulator based training model of small hydro. It's a 6 megawatt system. And when we interacted with the professor, we knew that the cost of that simulator based training model is around 6 CR. So you can imagine that the kind of extensive investment is required. Now coming down to wind training, we had visited NIWE, National Institute of Wind Energy. We trained the candidate there for a few days, but it was not sufficient. Then again, we had approached to Vestas. It is an industry in wind. So there we understood that the AR/VR system, it is some CR. The costing, the initial investment is very high. So we trained the candidate for 5 to 6 days over there. So I mean to say that the kind of initial investment, we talk about rural or urban training centers, it would be very high. We need to see that how we can minimize the cost. So I see that this is one of the possible challenge in one of field where I have worked. So now coming to the third point is skill trainer, because when we had visited these organizations, we understood that they have very professional trainers who are training in the same model since last few years. Now getting those skilled professional trainers at the rural level might be difficult, might be a possible challenge. So we need to mitigate that. Possibly it could be a challenge. Now, another problem is that I would highlight with one of my experience in last week. I was in Kolkata. We were doing a program for GIZ. We need to train the instructors of ITIs and Polytechnic. So there we found that they have an issue in understanding English or Hindi. They are more comfortable in the local language. So with dialects, even that can be a major challenge. Getting all these softwares to be translated in local language with proper dialects. Because if you go to a rural area, then you need to translate and with have a proper dialect so that they will understand and they will work proportionately with that software, or they will be comfortable with the software, or else in the next day they will be not comfortable. They will keeping away these devices and they will ask for the manual training and like. So this could be one of the possible challenge. And another thing is that of course when we are investing such a high amount for these devices, this operation and maintenance cost would be high. If there would be some issues or problem in the softwares or the physical device, then somebody from the urban area or maybe from distant location or technician need to be called to repair these devices. That could be a possible problem, because with IIT Roorkee, I understood that every time they face some issue, again the company which had supplied these devices is called and he is repairing these devices. So that probably could be one of the issue, handling these artificial devices. And one last thing, what I think is opportunity mismatch could be one of the reason, where suppose we train people on solar PV installation, and it is in the ground level the installation techniques they need. They need to install solar module in the rooftop. They need to connect the battery, inverter, and the whole process. So there they need some raw training. That's not required a very high level of AR/VR training. So if in the local level, we have to understand that what kind of opportunity is available, and accordingly we need to train the candidate. Coming to another thing, suppose in small hydro, in Odisha there are few sites where we have small hydro plants. So there we cannot immediately send our candidate, and even the industry will not allow these candidates to touch their machines, the electromechanical machines, huge machines. So there the candidate need to be trained on the simulator, so they will get an exposure on this, and then only they will be allowed to visit the plant and to run these machines. So I think these are the overall things which need to be discussed. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. These are some very important / critical problems that are real and ground root problems that you've cited. Digital divides continues to be a major barrier, and even if digital divide is solutioned for, there is the AI readiness technology alone is not enough, and trainers and learners need digital literacy to fully benefit from this. So that's a very important point that you make. And finally, the challenge of scalability that you mentioned, I think that was a very important angle, because for us, given the diverse country that we are in, the problem of scalability, and that too in regional context and regional languages, a multilingual solution is something that becomes very important for India. So at this point, I just want to add one more thing, that at Generation, there's one solution that we have started using, which is called Hey Gen AI, which is a video generator. It's being used by our global counterparts in the UK, where what they're doing is that it uses multilingual translation technology for different European countries. So that's something that we're also exploring in India to start using as well, so that in in different the regional context, those solutions can be taken. So the other question that Ms. Sunil I had for you was around the AI in assessments and certifications. So we've seen the implementation challenges, but as far as AI in assessments and certifications, how do you think ethical, how can we ensure that it's ethical and certification and assessments are ethical?
Okay. Coming to that point, even again, I will, explain that with the experience that I have, while doing assessment and certification for world skill. Because assessment, the normal assessment that we do for the candidate, that's one part. But when you do the assessment for world skill participants or the candidate, those who will be participating in the world skill, they have a very, very, explainable assessment process. Like every task, for example, installation of solar module. So every task is divided into sub tasks, what we call performance criteria, PC. And every task that is given to a participant, either it is a judgmental or measurement. Measurement means, suppose the candidate is wearing all the PPE kit. So I think if sir is an expert and I am an expert and we both are judging to the candidate, so we cannot be disagreed on this point, because we see that the candidate is wearing all the PPE kit. So means we will give 1. If it is not, wearing proper PPE kit, then we will provide 0. So means measurement is a kind of task where the judge is judging that whether the task is done or not. So there is no partial mark. It is either 0 or 1. I think it is clear. It is 0 or 1 that the judge can give. Now coming to the judgmental part. So it is another task, means there might be another task where the judge is interpreting the candidate's expertise. For example, how he is, pulling the bolt or screwing the bolt, stripping, lot of electrical work, how he is, doing that activity, what kind of the finishness. So there, it is judgmental. I may give 1, sir may give 2, Nandita ji can give 3. So it is contextual basis that what I interpret, what I see, and if I like that in that way, so we may differ in our judgment. So that is how the experts, average mark is calculated and is assigned to the candidate. Now coming to the AI, it is actually fantastic if it is a measurement type. When the AI will see that he is wearing all the PPE kit or not, assigning a mark, that is okay. But which is interpretation based, looking at the candidate, looking at skill. So we can be, both disagree on one point and we can mark accordingly. So now if AI is involved in that, then either the algorithm or the model which is involved in this AI maybe can be an explainable AI. Like if AI is providing a mark, then it can explain why this mark is assigned. But again, it would be difficult, that we can see that how the technology can be transformed, to come up with some answers for this challenge. But, I see that, if it can be an explainable AI, then that can be fit into this, challenge, so that we can see that some, ethical thing is happened there. Number 1. Number 2 is, there are a lot of guidelines by UNESCO, Niti Aayog, that we can see that in assessment and certification, like whether it is properly maintained or not, that we can see. But major thing that in assessment and certification, what I see that if it can be a judgment can be a hybrid, both AI, AI does some part, there is some human intervention. The judges do some kind of maybe the viva part, there we can see that the assessment can be done in a more, ethical way. And maybe the feedback, if AI has done something, assessment, then it must be given a feedback like why this kind of marking and all. So that can be taken into account. In even the last this world skill competition, one company has given a software where we are doing the assessment. So that particular software was helpful in a way that if a candidate is doing a small mistake and again, maybe in the SLD diagram, in the color coding, so now it is coming up with an option that you are doing the same mistake again and again, and if you rectify this, then you can beat the competitor number one. So this kind of intervention AI is, it is most promising, that is helpful, that is required. But again, giving everything to the AI, I think there will be some issues, some challenges.
Yeah. I think you make a very important point around hybrid solutioning as far as AI use is concerned when it comes to assessments, because relying completely on AI for objective assessments still makes sense. But when it comes to subjective assessments, maybe bit of human element, human effort becomes critical, and that becomes a differentiating factor while assessment. So that's a hybrid approach is what we are hearing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now let's shift our focus to the role of government and policy interventions in AI-driven skill development. So we have with us Mr. Amit Arora from NSDC. Since NSDC is at the forefront of skill development initiatives, Amit, if you can share, in your view, what policy or regulatory interventions are necessary to ensure that AI is adopted in skill development in a seamless manner?
Thank you, Nandita. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and all the future leaders, who happen to be a part of this summit. It's an honor to be here today to discuss this topic that is transforming not just the industries and economies, most importantly, our workforce, that is by leveraging AI and automation in the skill development. As most of you would recognize, we call this as the fourth industrial revolution that is happening by the way of AI. Now, artificial intelligence and automation are no longer considered the concepts of a distant future, because these are tangible forces that are reshaping every facet of our lives, including how we learn and develop new skills. Now, at the core of this transformation is the recognition that skills are the currency of the future. Interestingly, you would all agree that way back in the past, when we just graduated out of our own respective specialized fields of education, we got employed, or the entrepreneurs started doing the business. They run multiple projects year after year. They start gaining some experience. After a decade, after 2 decades of experience, there is an expertise that every individual develops into their own respective fields. Today, with the help of AI, all that expertise that you have gained is readily available to the youth who have just graduated from the same specialization and fields of education, and they can now leverage upon 20, 30, and 40 years of experience that we have gained all through our lives. So the young generation does not need to reinvent the wheel. They don't need to go through the entire duration of the experience that you have gained, and they can start leveraging upon the experiences and the specializations that you have achieved over a number of years. So this is the power of AI, where a lot of experience is readily available to the young generation. In most of the discussions that we have had, people fear what would happen to the jobs. AI will kill the job market. It never happens. I'll piggyback on the point that Mr. Panduranga said. When you create a robot to do some automation, there are 4 specialized AI professionals required to create one such robot. So while we are automating, a process, any automation that we bring on, it's automation of the process that will kill the job at one phase, but will also create jobs for 4 such people, who will create that robot. So it's just a change of form, but the jobs never get killed. So the key of this era is to upskill, and those who are ignorant or who are in the phase of denial that AI is not as important will very soon realize that they are outdated. So it's a very, very key and a vital requirement at this point. And at NSDC, we recognize this. Government of India recognizes this. There are multiple programs that NSDC runs to take the skilling of AI to the public, to the masses, so that our workforce, remains competent at the world and global stage. Now, this discussion can go on and on the AI front, but from a policy standpoint, it is, it might create a kind of hindrance in developing AI and its solutions in the market if we, put a lot of policies and guidelines around AI. So this is the time when AI is growing. And AI is self-paced. It is self-learning model, where it is not just about the end user, how the end user is using the AI. It's AI itself, learning from its own experience. The more, we use AI, the AI trains itself to what possible solutions people are looking for and how best we can leverage upon this technology. Now, Government of India, along with NSDC, the implementation partner, we recognize that some policy guidelines are critical, are important. There could be positive as well as negative things that can be done through AI. So cybersecurity is very, very important. Misuse of AI is as much possible as the positive side that AI brings along. So there has to be a minimum of policies to begin with, which ensures that the data safety, the privacy, the intellectual property is safeguarded. And as we grow and we learn more from AI, there would be a need for putting up more policies around it, which will happen in the due course. We have various government organizations, especially at Niti Aayog, which is working relentlessly, taking learnings from such discussions and various other forums. Policies will keep coming. There would be amendments that we would see. But at this point, policies should be such that they do not restrict the growth of AI. Another most important thing that I think must be discussed regarding AI is, there are solutions that get created across the globe. We have seen Microsoft coming up, and there is an array of products that introduced. Now, India as a market, absorbed, they understood, what this product is, and we specialized in various forms from an end user perspective. Of late, we have seen blockchain. Blockchain has come. There are a lot of industries who have adopted blockchain in India also and across the globe also. Now we are talking about AI. AI gets developed just like other platforms. India recognizes as a country that AI is important to, keep a pace with the global trends. And again, from an end user perspective, skilling the youth so that they stay competent in the global market is very, very important. But the larger question is, why does a solution needs to be created somewhere outside India and then India follows the lead? For how long will India be a follower's market? There is a need not just for skilling, but there is a very, very important and critical need to think out of the box, to bring and nurture our talent, to nurture creativity more than anything else in the past, and to create an environment where the creativity gets transformed into solutions. I mean, I don't take a lot of pride in saying this, but India has to shift from a followers market to a leaders market. Indian youth, Indian skilling ecosystem has to be robust enough to create such solutions and then present it to the world and let the world follow from an end user perspective. Now, to sum up, I mean, there are a lot of intelligence that we have just heard from my fellow colleagues here. There is not much to say. The only thing that I would want to conclude this discussion with is, the general mindset across the masses in India is about job security. The jobs do not vanish, they just change their form. The need of the hour is to stay ethical, to understand what this trend is, where this is taking us, and stay abreast. Those who are ignorant to AI, or those who are in the phase of denial that AI is just one another technology which will come and pass by and nothing moves in the market, will very soon realize that they are outpaced. So it's very, very important for everyone across the board, whether they are freshers coming out of schools and colleges, graduating of various specialized courses, or they are working professionals, or they are people who are holding a lot of experience in their respective domains. They all must learn through AI. They must understand the concepts. Otherwise, they would very soon realize that they are outplaced.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit, for sharing your insights on the policy standpoint and the need for the policy to restrictive at this juncture when we are trying to expand. So I think we already have policies like AI for all developing. So that's a very important point that you made. Thank you so much for sharing. Before we move to the Q&A section, I just have one rapid fire question that I can say for all of you. So if in one sentence, what is the single most important action India must take to fully leverage AI in skill development? So, Mr. Sabyasachi, we can start with you.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to industry readiness, right? So it takes, it really takes three to tango, right? So one is the government, the second is the academia, and the third is the corporates. So I think India needs, a tripod of sorts where which will stabilize what we call, the gap between what the industry needs and what the academia provides. So it'll be more of a finishing school, or anything that we want to term it. But there is certainly a need to shift left. So to train people, students well ahead in time before they even get exposed to the industry. How quickly can we do it? How effectively can we do it? How efficiently can we leverage AI and automation? I think we've had some very valid, very pertinent points that have been shared. But I think all the three, pods or the tripod will have to come together to provide this the required stability. Thank you.
Right. So collaboration is the key then. Dr. Ranga, if you can share, like, what is the single most important action India must take to fully leverage AI in skill development, in your opinion, if you can just summarize.
Only thing I could say is training. So training, and there are so many challenges, and those challenges need to be converted into opportunities. And one thing I would like to mention here that I forgot in the last discussion. So whatever we do, whether it is AI, whether it is automation, these are all human-centric. Human beings should be there. One day, in one such panel discussion, people asked, sir, if everything is done by AI, evaluation is done by AI, training is done by AI. So everything is done by AI, what people are doing. So it is human-centric. Whatever we do, whether it is AI, whether it is automation, it is just for the comfort of human being only. As already mentioned, it is not going to take even a single job. It creates if you lose one job, it will create multiple jobs. As sir said, what do you call, the form of the job is changing. So earlier we were all, most of 70% of the workers are blue collar. Now 80% are white collar jobs. So like that, it is a balance. Thank you.
So there's no displacement of jobs happening. Mr. Sunil, if you can share your insights.
Yeah, in my way, it is like through NEP, we will try to implement this in the schooling level. Maybe we can introduce this, maybe some sort of AI. We're not saying that they will be given, a chance to train on AR, VR or something like that. But some sort of, experience it should come through the schooling level, because in NEP, it has been introduced that skilling has to be start from class 5. Some sort of kind of training in AI be implemented in the schooling level. That's how our young generation will be equipped with kind of technology. Yeah.
Right. So having the policy in place such that it integrates at the school level itself.
Yeah,
That's amazing. Mr. Amit, how about you?
India as a country, I think the single most important action that we must take is to fully leverage AI in skill development. AI driven personalized learning ecosystem that adopts to individual learners needs and skill gaps and industry demands. At NSDC we recognize this, and we have around 125 courses which are available on the website, which are self-paced. Anyone can go for it. Most of them are free of any charge. Some of them are chargeable. They're all NSQF aligned courses, NSQF level 5, 6, and 7 and beyond, with various sector skill councils that work closely with NSDC. The count of AI courses for the youth and for anybody else would be more than 400 courses readily available. And with various industries, the partners, the universities that NSDC is working with, there is no limit of the number of courses and the skilling that is being imparted. And I think as a country, it is very important to keep a pace with the latest technologies and stay abreast of the global trends.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit. That's a very important point, that that we need not be just adopters. We need to be keeping pace and developing the solutions ourselves. So thanks so much. So we'll now move to the Q&A section of the discussion. So the floor is open to the audience for questions.
Good afternoon. First of all, very enlightening. Thank you very much. You did a great job. I represent corporate manufacturing industry, metal. I would like to share a dilemma, a larger question. While we recognize inevitableness of AI 4.0, 5.0, so on and so forth, but throughout the session, I couldn't hear the word MSME, which is a hard reality. So how all these discussions ensure that that major portion of the economy, within which more than 90% is the first M, micro, how do they get value addition through that? Because we cannot do away. I understand shift of the job, but it's a sort of a long journey, transitionary. I'm worried that the displacement doesn't happen in the short run. Any comments?
Question is around MSME and AI usage by the MSME sector. So, Sabyasachi sir.
Yeah. It's a great question, sir. So I think so the two aspects to this, according to me, one is in terms of whether it is micro or whether it is the large, the mid or the large organizations. I think the first and foremost thing is to have a mechanism to understand what the gaps are when it comes to skills, right, within an organization. I think gone are those days when there used to be those subjective evaluations of people and then their skills. Now, when we have to do it at scale, I think that's where automation and AI comes to play. So the first, as I mentioned, the first step will be to identify what the skill gaps are, and then use perhaps if one can afford. And these days, in fact, there are there are a lot of open source solutions as well, which the micro and some of the startup ventures are also using those tools and technologies. In fact, some of the hyperscalers like AWS, Google, NVIDIA, they are also opening up their entire ecosystem for people to try, right? Try first and then pay, right? So those are the areas that one can look at to evaluate, to look at how to set their house in order, look at what all are the skill gaps, create curated learning paths for the employees, right? And then make them kind of, or enable them for embracing the new tech, right? When it comes to the future state of the organization. So, so I think the only way a large organization and a micro setup gets differentiated in the marketplace is perhaps in their ability to operate at scale. I think other than that, I think the technology is there for everyone to use, right? So that's how I put it.
Any other question?
Yeah, very good morning. My name is Durga Prasad. I am from an incubation center. It's basically an Atal incubation center. So my question is a step below what the previous question was, that not just for micro enterprises, but for startups also. As we are looking at very keenly across India that many small pockets and these tier 2, tier 3 cities are becoming robust startup ecosystems. Are we also looking at separate skill sets where we could provide adequate manpower to these ecosystems? Because a lot of startups are facing challenges when it comes to good manpower. In service sector, it is of course there, but in manufacturing, the condition is getting worse. So my question is to Mr. Arora, if NSDC is looking at particularly skill sets which could address the emerging technology domains also.
Great. Thank you for asking this question. And I would like to cover both the questions that have been asked so far. Ministry of Skill Development works closely with NSDC, and we have 36 sector skill councils working across the country. And for the startups, for micro, medium, any large level enterprise which is operating, you must recognize your industry and get in touch with the sector skill council of your respective domain. These are all industry bodies. They ascertain the need of skilling. They ascertain the needs of the industry as a whole. They feed us back with what the industry requires. It goes up to the ministry level. Policies are formed. New skills are formed. NCVET is the regulatory body which then develops various courses, various skills, and then it comes back as a trained course which gets imparted to your respective industry. So if there is any industry that feels left out or is in need of a specific skill which is not as readily available, or the skill which are available in the market are more towards theory part of it, theoretically they are sound, but practically they can't execute much on the ground, please raise such concerns to your respective SSCs. All their information is available on the public domain. Let the information get passed through various channels. Let the policy be formed, and with your active participation along with the SSCs, all these issues are normally being addressed, can be addressed for any specific individual as well.
Yeah, so I think what it was about a year back, right, when ChatGPT and OpenAI invaded the world, right? So and where we are right now, there's a world of difference, right? When it comes to putting together a ring fence around what is supposed to be done and how it is supposed to be done. So that's where the ethics comes into play, the ethical AI, and each and every time you'll be surprised that most of the tier 1 and also some of the tier 2 companies who appear in the Fortune 500 list, where they are adopting AI at scale, have an officer designated as the ethics officer, right? And that is, and the job of that individual is just to look at how AI is getting adopted and is being used across the organization. Now, when it comes to India, Mr. Arora will actually be able to talk at length on that. But there's a lot of guidelines which have been put together Niti Aayog has also kind of published a lot of do's and don'ts for all the practitioners of AI, right? But I think end of the day, it will be for people like you and I who will be using AI for solving our problems. When it comes to the professional setup, or whether we are part of an organization or trying to be part of an industry and solve some of the problems, as to how do we follow those standards as we adopt AI, right? So there are guidelines which are already published, but as I said earlier, we are at the crossroads where we aren't too sure of where we are headed, right? Each day, every day, when we thought that we have had enough of Chat GPT with GPT 4.0, and then BART and all that, then DeepSeek came into existence, and it kind of shook the entire world by storm, right? So, and then when DeepSeek came in, then came X.AI, Grok, right? And then very soon we'll get to see a lot more of such advancements in this area. And what Amit mentioned, AI is self-learning, right? Which means that the more you interact with a GPT-based solution, the more efficient it becomes, right? So the LLMs that are at play in the background, they take over when it comes to the effectiveness of the AI. But yes, in terms of having the guardrails around the usage of AI is something that not just the governments, but also the organizations who are using the AI are putting together some of the safeguards around, what are the things that we shouldn't be doing. Amit, you want to add?
See, there is a set of existing guidelines, and the guidelines that are in place, they're all result oriented, outcome based. So any result that comes out of any economic activity that we undertake in the country is guided by the guidelines which are already in place. Now, from AI perspective, any activity that is undertaken produces a result. The end result should match with the existing guidelines that are already in place. So by ensuring that we are compliant with these guidelines, we ensure that we are not deviating from the result that is being produced, whether it is an AI based solution or a non AI based solution. So the end result which is being produced remains within the guidelines. And as sir said, and we have discussed in the discussions earlier, AI is self-learning. There are new innovative solutions that it keeps throwing back on us. As long as they comply within the guidelines, it's okay to proceed with them. And I am sure whatever has been learned by you as a student or by others as student of various courses, colleges, the ethical guidelines are always kept in mind when designing the course, when delivering the course, and what you come out as a learned or when you are graduating out of any of the courses, your mindset is already, in that line that you do not deviate from the guidelines. So you are well covered, unless there is an ill intention that comes in foreplay, well within the guidelines.
Following up on that, I would like to ask, suppose someone were to develop an AI, suppose I have a consciousness, but the AI doesn't, it just gets trained, right? So how to regulate the AI that you are creating?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, some of the LLMs, right? So the language models which forms the backbone of any generative AI solution. So right now there is an ability which is getting introduced into those solutions, whereby you can restrict so you can't stop the learning from happening, right? So in the sense, the whole host of content that the LLM will actually pick up to self-train itself, that can't be stopped because you can't regulate that, right? But what you can certainly regulate is the content that gets generated post, some prompts which you would provide. So that is something which is getting implemented now. For example, the case in point is someone asked ChatGPT, how to produce a bomb, right? And they gave ChatGPT gave step-by-step instruction of how to do that. Now, it may be a genuine question by an industry expert who is actually supposed to make bombs, right? But how do you distinguish in terms of whether is the right set of users or an eligible user to kind of ask those questions? So those guardrails are getting implemented as we speak, but still, I think there's a lot more to be done there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we are at the end of the discussion now, so we won't be able to take more questions. Sorry for that. We'll close this discussion. You can touch base with the panelists soon after the discussion, maybe. So in the end, I just want to say that we've heard very valuable insights from different perspectives: industry, academia, training partner, the policy, regulatory framework, all of that. And we've understood that AI and automation futuristic concepts. We are there, and it's shaping how we do our skilling in the country, and it's here to evolve more, provided we have ethical adoption policies in place. So thank you so much to all the panelists here. Thank you so much for taking out your time and sharing such valuable insights with us. I'm sure it was useful for all of us here. It was definitely for me, so I'm sure it was for all of us. So let's continue to use AI as a force for empowerment and not displacement. That's all I have to say. So thank you so much.
I'm Amit Kumar Pajosi, representing Palladium India. We are a global impact firm working in the confluence of social and commercial growth, driving various projects related to agriculture, related to transforming lives in skilling and entrepreneurship, disaster management, but predominantly we live for creating impact across the globe. It's been roughly 20 years in business in India. While I was listening through the great session about AI and skilling, we drive quite a few skilling and entrepreneurship programs across the world. And it was enriching to see how exactly the movement is going from a traditional skilling to AI-based, future-based skilling as such. My discussion today is not about Palladium, but about applications and impact. There are certain programs which we have done globally, and specifically in this land of Lord Jagannath, we have implemented certain programs in collaboration with World Skill Center. That's the skilling arm of Government of Odisha, and driven certain impact slightly different from the discussion we had right now, more focus on creating nano entrepreneurs. Now, how exactly it is important at this context of when we started skilling, future skilling? One, of course, as we know, India is aspiring to be the third largest economy, and Odisha is the biggest contributor in certain very prominent sector, whether it is food processing, whether it is agri, whether it is future skills and such. And as I think one question was thrown to the panelist about what about MSME? They become the backbone of such larger economy which we are going to create. Now, within MSME ecosystem, there is a strong force of rural ecosystem, which Odisha thrives for. Roughly around 85% of economies come from rural, and roughly around 40 odd or 45% is from agri economy. With a strong rural economy background, there has to be a enabling nano, or you can say, as in the definition, it comes within the micro entrepreneur spirit, but they are a very small ecosystem which is supporting the larger micro and medium and small scale ecosystem. So we are thrown a challenge with World Skill Center, stating that they had a fantastic experience with their Nano Unicorn scheme, how to scale it up with creating 1,000 nano entrepreneurs. We trained 10,000 potential entrepreneurs and filtered it out and created 1,000 nano entrepreneurs. It was not a usual skilling ecosystem. We designed a program having a stringent integrate criteria to understand that who needs to be trained on our entrepreneurship development program, who has the potential to scale up as a nano at first and subsequently to a small and a micro and so on and so forth. So there was a robust process of creating filtering criteria so that right candidates can be identified, trained and mentored for a period of 6 months. So the program is not about only training, which many programs have. It is about after training that handholding for 6 to 9 months. While the program ended this December with completion of 6 months of handholding for each 1,000 odd entrepreneurs we have created, we are going further and from our behest, monitoring them from another 3 months. Reason behind, every entrepreneur has to go through one business cycle of success and failure, then they would sustain. So traditionally where you see a turnout rate of an entrepreneur to be out of the program 10 or 20%, touch wood, right now all of our 100% entrepreneur, that's 1,000, are still thriving. They are contributing nearly about more than 50% of revenue increase and so on and so forth. I would share something about that. Interesting aspect of this program, again, it is a no subsidy program. There is no wage loss. There is nothing as a support to the entrepreneur, and with a true spirit of entrepreneurship, they are all like mushrooms. You just water them, they would grow on their own. And with the true spirit of entrepreneurship, this program are designed with no support except the technical support so that they can stand on their own. They can refine their proposal on their own. They can approach to the financial institute on their own. They can establish the market linkage with the ecosystem which we have developed. Our target given was that out of this 10,000 trainee, 1,000 entrepreneur, please have at least 25% of women. And I'm glad to share that as we started the program, at some point of time, we reached around 93% of women, and the government has to come back and say that please tone it down. And we ended at 70% of women. And what an opportune moment. Sir has just arrived and he was instrumental in structuring this program. Thank you very much, sir. And he was the pivotal position for us to guide us in how we structure this program, because it's a great challenge for us. While we have implemented a similar program called Spring globally across 10 countries, doing it in Odisha and especially in India, the very unique structure which has not happened yet was challenging, and glad that we learned a lot during that challenge. Now, while we have done it, has it actually impacted? As in we have trained, we have mentored for 6 months. I'm glad to share that if you take one example of in terms of average monthly income, we talk about Lakpati Didi, which is 1 lakh per annum. Our average revenue earned by entrepreneur is roughly around 48,000, which is much more than 1 lakh target of a Lakpati Didi. It didn't happen overnight. There were ideas coming from entrepreneurs about a business A, business B. We have to curate that idea and see that what idea is successful in your demography which you are doing, and so on and so forth. That is one. Second, you can see that roughly the average customer base of the entrepreneur, there are certain traditional entrepreneurs who are doing weaving, we were small retailers and so on. So that customer base has increased. How it has increased? By having effective ecosystem partner to support them. And I would cover what kind of ecosystem partners we have created at the end of the program. In terms of technical assistance, there were entrepreneurs who were in food processing. FICCI certification was given. There were technology infusion given to entrepreneurs, and I would specifically give this example. I think most of the audience are from Odisha. We have a belt of weaver community in the Bargarh, Sambalpur areas, and they have been doing weaving for good number of ages. This program is not aimed at improving their weaving skills. We are not good at that. They are best at that. This program was to see that how exactly you can enhance the market capability, how exactly you can be more attractive to the market, increasing your customer base, increasing your per revenue per whatever weaving they are doing. So we found out there is a technology in Bangalore called KOSA. They are doing a traceability of the weaving, putting a device on their yarn so that they can take a video of while the entrepreneur or the weaver is weaving. Post that pilot, we sponsored that pilot. Post that pilot, this weaving entrepreneurs went to Mumbai, did some exhibition, went to NABARD. They could sell their product from X to 1.7x. They tested blood. That was the trigger point which we wanted. Now they are sponsoring the KOSA device on their own and doing it on their own. Enhancing and being the trainer for the rest of the community, which we have not trained. And that is where that compounding effect comes in, when you make the entrepreneur test where exactly the success comes from. And there are so many examples of it. The second or some prominent impact which we believe that when we leave for positive impact, whatever program we do an independent impact study by a third-party agency. Right now, that is completed by Ministry of MSME, NIMSME. One startling fact which has come in that the potential of credit linkage has suddenly increased for these nano entrepreneurs who were fearing to go to the step of a bank. A traditional PMEGP program, which is a Government of India's program, takes roughly around 9 to 12 months for an entrepreneur to get it. I'm fortunate to see this change that the Swakalpa entrepreneur is getting in 3 to 4 months. Mudra, which is again a Government of India scheme, roughly any entrepreneur, if anyone wants to apply, it takes 4 to 6 months. It is being done in 1.5 months. This all has happened because of the energy of this entrepreneur and some handholding support it has happened. Now, is it skilling? Yes, it is skilling, but it is something different to make it more impactful and applying all those learning upskilling. We are talking about AI, fantastic, but I'm at the end of the presentation, I would share how exactly the application of it is happening. And these are some of the stories. The first one, of course, is about Joshna Mai. She came with 3 ideas. Then we narrowed down saying that, hey, this is your idea which is in the man's world, creating a garage shop with a wipe and shine. She was opposed by her husband. After a training of 100 odd hours and 6 months of handholding, getting a loan of 2 lakh rupees on her own, her husband says that I am her business partner. And that transformation is happening. She is now eyeing to open franchises in that region of Sambalpur where she belongs with 3 or 4. And this is a kind of a urban. So this program is not limited to urban. You can see on your right, or to my right and your left, is a transgender reshaping her skills in artisans and so on, and making her own livelihood and also supporting us livelihood of similar community. You can see as an to the left, Ochil, she's a graduate, engineering graduate, went ahead to Bangalore, again left job, came back and trying to challenge the paper boats of the world, wherein creating own Ochil as a brand, Odisha's first own fruit brand. See, he is trying on his own reason right now, very conscious that I cannot grow the market beyond, I cannot challenge paper boat of the world overnight. Attempt to change the dimension of entrepreneurship with the support which Odisha government has given to this young nano entrepreneurs. And the Viva example I highlighted is about Radhakant and many such Radhakants in that segment. And I love this case study of Mamta, who I visited while she was being trained, and she came that I'm being ridiculed in the village when I go for 100 hours training, stating that chalo didi chalni padne chali gayi hai. After that 100 hours of training, she has secured loan. She is called Jaggery Queen of the village. That's the transformation they are doing. And all are out of 1021 entrepreneurs, they have started or they have employed 700 such livelihoods within them. They are doing an average business of 48K. They have so far contributing 5 crore of revenue to Odisha's GDP right now on a monthly basis. I hope in 1 year they would be touching around 25 crore, in 5 years would be 100 crore. And that's the potential this program has created without any ways loss kind of a structure which we have in a scaling ecosystem. And the beauty of it is, and I must say, the robust criteria of selecting who wants to grow as a mushroom with a limited support. And this program has been done with great support from World Skill Center, with OSDA coming in and designing such programs. And I'm sure there are a lot of examples. There are 100 odd case studies already there out of 1000 odd entrepreneurs which we have created, which is live on the public platform on Swakalpa's LinkedIn handle, can be seen through. And this such kind of program needs that support to scale it up. And I must say that while Palladium has been designing along with assistance and guidance from WSC, this is the ecosystem partner or the ecosystem of 40 odd partners has been created beyond the program. As in, our program is done probably in the last leg of another 15 days, but we created an ecosystem of market players, we created ecosystem of finance, credit linkage institutions, process partners, who on their own this entrepreneurial ecosystem can sustain, drive and take it further. And that is where I come to my end of the presentation, highlighting that while we envisage Swakalpa 2.0, we are in discussion with the government to see that can it be scaled up. This program was sponsored under the OSDP program by ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, and we are working with ADB. Is there a potential to scale it up? Because having tested the success right on ground, creating certain impact, it is a crime not to scale it up. And at Palladium, we feel that it is not just about one-off pilot, it is about scale and impact, what should bring change. And that's where we are aspiring, that given a chance, and is it Palladium or anyone, doesn't matter, but given a chance, this program should scale up. All those 1,000 or nano entrepreneurs created should be eyeing to be small and micro entrepreneurs. So maybe taking 200 or top nano entrepreneurs and taking it to the next level as small entrepreneurs or micro entrepreneurs. And of course, moving beyond that initial 1,000 and a bouquet of remaining 5,000. There are specific areas we have thought of, women and youth, which within this cohort of 1-2 years, we could realize that we are underestimating the power of women and youth in Odisha. As in, when we touched 93%, it was alarming for us also to see that what is the kind of energy it is bringing in when it comes. And it is true for any sector, as in, and especially in a rural sector, it's actually women at forefront driving things when male are on the job. And that's where we aim to focus women and with youth. And by the fag end of the program, we realize that while there are retail shops, while there are food processing, there is unique propositions in terms of cluster-based approach, whether we go to the northern part of the state where focus on sabai grass and so on and so forth. In fact, a cue from some of our parallel programs we are executing with horticulture department. There are tribal APOs exporting lemongrass to UK and France. So there are clusters wherein, well, they are not a single entrepreneur or self-employment one, there are a group of APOs, but yes, there is a spark of similar kind of examples brewing across the state, which we feel that while we aim at those traditional entrepreneurial ecosystem, there are future skills which can brought in terms of, let's say, the examples of homestay entrepreneurs in the state of Odisha promoting tourism and so on. So we aim that given a chance, we want to explore this so-called 1.0 to 2.0 with different examples. And I end with this two snapshot, which would give a food for thought that it is, when we talk about designing solutions, whether it is future skills, whether it is in AI, so on, so it is application of it is what makes the impact. To my right, Honorable CM tweeted the effort of APIDA, Directorate of Horticulture, Krishi Vibhag, supported and augmented by our team, which is a BMGF sponsored or Gates Foundation sponsored PSAPO program, aiming at strengthening the APO ecosystem. For the first time, tribal APOs exported papayas to London. Similarly, there are so many examples been created since last 7 to 9 months with extensive support from this government. And this is not one of a case. Our job was to establish that ecosystem, and henceforth they should take it on their own, and a fantastic support by government on that. So while what made a change for this APO ecosystem, it is not just about the policy support, it's about the skilling ecosystem, which all of you we are discussing today, in terms of bringing that confidence with them, that with right set of understanding of what export market requires and so on, so we can still tap the global export market. And so far our study based on study done by NABARD in last 9 to 10 months states that while in the captive market with right skilling, these APOs are increasing their price relation of the product by 40 to 50%. 13 to 17% in captive market. They are scaling up to 40 to 50% when they are tapping the global market, eliminating the middle person in between, directly connecting to the export, so on and so forth. And to my left and to your right is a transformation journey of Sabujo Santapalli, as in Sanjini is the director. She had 1.5 acres of land doing vegetables and so on and so forth. Further, she became a board director. I remember 6 months when we were following her story. She was aiming for a 34 lakh of monthly revenue on a monthly basis. Now she has leased more than 10 acres in the village, bringing in all 50% of women farmers. And now, in the recent visit of Bill Gates, she was honored to showcase how she is using AI to the benefit for the fellow farmers by using the weather advisory services, using the pest controller services, and so on. So connecting to the AI discussion in the first session. So this is the vision which we have after implementing Sokalpa 1.0, moving to 2.0 at some point of time. And there has been fantastic support from World Skill Center in designing that 1.0 program. We hope that given a chance, we can focus on our traditional as an Odia Asmita kind of a area, whether it is terracotta, whether it is wooden toy, whether it is natural drying and sabai grass, and take it Sokalpa 2.0 to a next level, which potentially can contribute roughly around 400 to 500 in next 3 to 4 years to Odisha's GDP. And I was just summing up with Honorable CM's tweet of a program where our APOs promoted and exported green papaya to London. With support of Krishi Vibhag and the Gates Foundation program, which we are executing as Palladium in Krishi Vibhag. So we were able to do that, and there are so many success stories coming in. And to the right is one APO, sir, Sabuja Santabili. We have been following and guiding them and doing capacity building and skilling. So they have translated from a 1.5 acre. They have taken additional 10 acre lease, and now last week they demonstrated how they are using artificial intelligence in providing taking weather forecast services, pest control services, which Krishi Vibhag has facilitated for them, and they were showing how they're using to improve their farming experience. With this, I would like to end this and hand it over to Dipti. Thank you very much, and look forward from Palladium standpoint to create more positive impact for the state, my state, the land of Lord Jagannath. Thank you very much.
May I now request honorable dignitaries to please take the dais, starting from Mr. Pankaj Satija, the Chairman of FICCI Odisha State Council and EIC FMAD Tata Steel Limited. Welcome, sir. Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, the President of Sri Sri University. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless Limited. Welcome, sir. Shri Bhupendra Singh Punia, Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. He's not present today with us. Shri Sampath Chandra Swainji, the Honorable Minister for State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. May I also request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director and Head Education and Skill Development at FICCI, to please come on the dais. Shri Punya ji will be also joining us in a short while. May I request Mr. Pankaj Satija ji, the Chair of the FICCI Odisha State Council, to please welcome our Honorable Minister with a green certificate. The FICCI Green Certificate is our green initiative where we plant 10 trees, sir, in your name at Somgo, Sikkim. Thank you, Satija sir. May I now request Satija sir to please share his welcome address.
Good afternoon. Sri Sampath Chandra Swain, Honorable Minister of State, Independent in Charge, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha. Sri Bhupendra Singh Punia, in his absentia, Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education Department, Government of Odisha. Sri Vijay Sharma, Director Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless Limited. Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, President, Sri Sri University. And Mr. Rajesh Pankaj, my colleague from FICCI. Skill development, there are many good success stories, and I just wanted to share one such success story of Odisha. And this story belongs to Sheikh Karim. Sheikh Karim was an orphan, brought up in an ashram, and he got first opportunity through District Mineral Foundation of Angul where he was trained as a dumper operator through Skill Council of Mining Sector. After his training, he got employed in Tata Steel Meramandali through a vendor partner, Lucky Minerals. And afterwards, with heavy vehicle training center run by government of Odisha, he was selected for his placement in Japan. So the rise from an orphan to the placement in Japan, I see it's one such case study where all the stakeholders from government of Odisha, government of India, Skill Council, mining sector, they have collaborated and it has made a success. The point what I'm making here, I'm placing one success story, but there are thousands of people like him who are waiting to grab this opportunity. And I feel that the right time is now, which Honorable CM always says, yahi samay hai, sahi samay. If you see in today time, only 4.69% of workforce is formally trained in India, compared to 68% in UK, 75% in Germany, 52% in USA, 80% in Japan, and 96% in South Korea. So we have a greater potential for our people to be trained formally. We all know about India demographic dividend with age group of 29 in India to 38 in China and USA, Western Europe 45 and Japan 49. So that also gives us a lot of hope, lot of potentials, lot of opportunities where we can skill our workforce and we can be a human capital of the world, where we can provide workforce for make in India, but work for world. Long back, there was a story of China plus one. So many people thought that once the industries are coming out of China, they will find in India. But both countries, Vietnam and India, being border of China, Vietnam got more opportunity than India. And the reason was the labor productivity. Though the labor cost was cheaper in India, but labor productivity was higher in Vietnam. And probably that made most of the companies to shift to Vietnam than India. And I see skilling can also contribute in productivity, and we'll have more and more competitiveness against the different geographical destination. I just wanted to place one data before you, that if you see the average productivity of coal mine in USA, it is 36,700. And in China, it is 12,700. In India, it is close to 1,800. So there's a big gap where we can skill our workforce and make our companies more competitive and invite more and more companies to India. There has been many positive changes in India by the state government as well as by the central government. Budget 25 also, there was announcement that National Centers for Excellence for Skilling, Make for India, Make for World was announced. And Odisha is also spearheading with more than 950 ITI and 197 engineering college. So there are lot many opportunities and lot many success stories, but still there are more avenues for us to grow and make our people more and more skilled so they can improve their quality of life and can do more for state, more for nation, and more for the world. I would not like to take much time out of the honorable other speakers because they will dwell more on it. In my welcome speech, I would like to conclude this with Bhagavad Gita, Buddhi Yukto Jahatiha, Ubhe Sukrit Duskrite, Tasmat Yoga Yuvaswa, Yoga Karma Sukoslam. So it's time for all the stakeholders to put mind, soul, spirit together to ensure skilled India, skilled Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satija, for the wonderful words from Bhagavad Gita. May I now request Mr. Vijay Sharma, the Director Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless Limited, to please share his special address.
Namaskar, pranam to all of you. Pankaj ji, Pankaj Satija ji, Dr. Kalkarni, Adarniya Swensa. Very appropriate theme and more appropriate location. I represent corporate manufacturing industry, metal, steel, and stainless steel. So I will be sharing my thoughts and also try to set the context. I heard a lot about AI today, very insightful, but many dilemmas also. When I look at skilling, To me, there are two things which happens: economic growth and development, productivity, investments, competitive advantage, innovation, entrepreneurship, and also social and individual benefits. I will be dwelling more on the second part of it in addition to the first one. When I talk about the social and individual benefits, reduced unemployment, poverty, quality of life, social mobility, empowerment, adaptability, resilience. That is the power of skilling for which we have gathered here today. Coming to Odisha, the land of opportunities. If I see some industrial and economic parameters, GSDP higher than the national, industrial contribution 10% higher than the national average, metal manufacturing hub, steel, stainless steel, aluminium, and of course, the natural resources. Coal 25%, iron ore 33, chromite 98. And there is an additional benefit of Odisha. The leadership, his presence here, that speaks volumes, vision, intent, policies, reforms, and very interestingly, more than 50% of the population is below 30. Overall, very conducive and positive, but a little paradox. I have been told that a lot of finished goods, they come from outside Odisha. Also, the per capita is 3/4 of the national average. It is a point to ponder. I think skilling has a lot of role to play in it. When people like us, the corporates, I represent stainless steel, what we manufacture is not we as consumers use or experience. यूज का मतलब है हम लोग बर्तन यूज करते हैं, स्टेनलेस स्टील की कॉइल यूज नहीं करते हैं. वी गो इन टू द वंदे भारत, वी गो इन टू द मेट्रोज, वी गो ओवर द FOBs. These are produced by people like Jindal Stainless and other large players. So there is a huge industrial ecosystem in between. That is the last mile connectivity, that is the MSME. I raised a question about MSME in the first session also. They are downstream, and the challenges of MSMEs are known to all of us. Scale, skill, awareness, financial, entrepreneurship, and so on and so forth. Are they really skilled? I think today's discussion should be focused more on how do we empower the MSME. This is another paradox. When I talk about the ecosystem related to industry, there is another ecosystem related to training and skilling. I would like to divide into two parts. One is the pre-livelihood. It is the academia, which has to be aligned with NEP 2020, great document. It includes right from school to ITIs to diplomas to graduation to post-graduation. You see here, along with Jindal Stainless, there is a word called Stainless Academy. I'll be talking about it. We are doing our bit in this area. And the second part, of course, is the livelihood part, which has two components. One is the employment with the corporate. पढ़ने के बाद बच्चा नौकरी करता है और कमाता है. Corporates are doing, I think, well. They will be adopting the IA also, IR 4.0, and also forthcoming 5.0. Whether it is apprentice, internships, OJTs, WLP, all are doing well. But the challenges of the MSME downstream. To me, this is the key. And within this MSME, I believe that more than 90% is the first one, the micro. They are the challenges. They don't get formal trainings, not even in the technical skills, but also in the business skills related with the soft skills, also the entrepreneurship. Somebody has to own it. Somebody has to own this ecosystem. Who are the stakeholders? I heard in the morning 3 to tango. I think there are 4 to tango. Corporate, yes, we have to invest. It has to be beyond CSR, much beyond CSR. Academia, yes, we have to do the hand holding. And of course, government has to lead, guide, motivate, mobilize. And the fourth tango is the community participation. Without that, it is not possible. So the commitment and the passion. There is a buzzword, sustainability, very, very relevant today. But जब हम RE की बात करते हैं तो people limited to carbon. When I come to the skilling, people tell me it is related to the funding. I think it is much beyond that. All solutions have to be sustainable. If I compare UN SDGs 17 in numbers, National Economic Goals 6 in numbers, directly, indirectly. Every goal talks about sustainability. And to me, the sustainability stands on 3 pillars. Everything should be people friendly, social, planet friendly, environment, and prosperity, profit. I believe that skilling can really be a part of this sustainability and contribute to the national economy as well. To just give a small example, the word corrosion. Empirically, 3 to 4% of the economy gets eroded because of corrosion. This innocuous 3 to 4% corrosion is actually at the world level equivalent to one Germany. At US level, perhaps 3 apples, and at India level, it is equal to the infra budget of 12 lakh crore rupees allocated. With the right scaling related to material science, material selection, and the fabrication, this can be reduced by more than 25%. So we talked a lot about AI, but I feel that more discussion happens somewhere in the academia and also in the corporate, but MSME. I believe that we should talk the key elements required for that MSME upliftment. This is very, very critical for the overall ecosystem of the economy, whether it is the industry alignment. To my question in the first session, I got the answer that we must do the skill mapping. Under this initiative by Jindal Stainless, which is Stainless Academy, we just carried out a study on the training needs, 9 states, including Odisha, 10 applications, right from process industry to ABC to automobile railways, 1,500 respondents, 500 from MSME, 500 from academia, and 500 independent small micro fabricators. We are customizing the courses. And of course, partnership and collaboration, I would like to share my experience, whether it is at Delhi or it is at state. We get wonderful support, NSGC, council, institutes, including NCTEVT. In fact, we started a course for 100% of the polytechnics in Odisha on the stainless steel to impart them the skills. And of course, the words like flexibility, adaptability, technology integration. I have a concern. While AI is inevitable, IR 4.0 is inevitable, but it should not lead to the obsolescence, because it is a transition. We are really struggling. It's very difficult. It's very easy to say blue to white, but in fact, the MSME I am talking about is really dark blue. It has to come to light blue, then perhaps white. So the courses needs to be designed so that there are affordable solutions. Croron wali baat nahi banegi. These MSMEs are really very strong, and these are very, very critical for the economy. Research, innovation, employability focus, and of course, it is only possible हम वेल्डिंग फैब्रिकेशन की ट्रेनिंग के अलावा बात कैसे करनी है, टीम मैनेजमेंट, दैट्स आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द सॉफ्ट स्किल्स, एंड आफ्टर द ऑल्सो द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. Local adoption, it's very critical. So what we are doing in Odisha, Odisha is very close to us. Like I said that we have taken the responsibility of the domain, which is stainless steel. Stainless steel, you are aware, corrosion resistant. In Odisha, we are growing more than the national average, and national average is about 1.5 times of the global average. In case of skilling in academia, we have introduced in 32 polytechnics a stainless steel course. With ITI Jajpur, we have done an MOU for a 150 hours fitter and welder course. With NIT Rourkela, the SS course has been done. And in case of skilling in downstream, in all India basis, beyond CSR, we have trained 40,000 fabricators. And in Odisha, we have already done 17 programs. These are those small fabricators जो आप देखते होंगे, stainless steel के गेट, ग्रिल, दरवाजे बनाते हैं. And we have covered the cities, of course, Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Jajpur, Sambalpur, Bargarh, Angul, Rourkela, Jar, all through the Odisha, which also includes the rice mill manufacturers. We have a very passionate plan for Odisha. In fact, we will be coming to you, sir, for your guidance and motivation. And we are also looking for some partners. And what are those plans? We, apart from the fabrication skills, we want to impart a holistic training, enhanced training to all the metal fabricators in MSME sector, in downstream in Odisha, which will include fabrication, of course, the soft skills and also the entrepreneurship skills. And also, I would like to share with you that we have invested in a downstream industrial park, about 271 acres in Kalinganagar, where we are the anchor, and we want to have 120 MSMEs there, which will generate more than 15,000 direct plus indirect employment. And there also we want to create a sort of a COE. So for all this wish and to do it, multiply it in a nuclear fashion, we will be seeking the support of the experts. I saw the Palladium presentation. It was very encouraging. Perhaps there could be a possibility. WSC, yes, perhaps we would like to have a partnership. We are fully committed. While concluding, we are highly motivated by the government support, whether it is state or center. We are upbeat on Odisha. We want to ensure that whatever product is made in Odisha, the finished goods are also made in Odisha. It should not come from other states here. We are committed, sir, and we seek your blessings. Thank you. Jai Odisha. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your address. We'll also be playing a short video from Jindal Stainless Academy after the inaugural session. We have with us Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, the President of Sri Sri University. Ma'am, may I please request you to deliver your special address?
Namaste, Jai Jagannath. It's a true privilege to be here at the FICCI East India Skill Connect Summit. And I also, along with my colleague Rajesh Pankaj, represent the FICCI India National Council for Higher Education, and to bring all stakeholders together on this very important topic of skilling, and with a combination of AI and emerging technologies, I think is the need of the hour. Shri Sampad Chandra Swaiji, Honorable Minister of State, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, all other dignitaries on this stage. Today, in my address, I want to first place 3 important pieces of information. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given us the vision of India becoming a top 3 economy of the world by 2047. That means that our GDP today of 4 trillion will reach an estimated value of about 30 trillion by 2047. So where is this approximate 25 trillion delta going to come? I think this 25 trillion delta is the opportunity for new industry, new skills, new production, new consumption. And that is the big, big opportunity in front of us. Number 2, today, if you look at the population of youth of India, about 400 million can be categorized as youth. This is the opportunity. The second opportunity, 400 million youth of India need education, need skilling, need enterprise, need employment. That is the second big opportunity for us. The third big opportunity, if you look at the average age, India, average age is 29, China is 39, and Japan is almost 50, 49 and a half. India is the youngest country of the world today, and that is our third opportunity. In academia, we have an opportunity to interact with industry from around the world, with other academic institutions from around the world. As we speak, we are running a sustainability week in Sri Sri University. Yesterday, we had City University of New York delegation. Today, we have Southampton University delegation. In this week, 17 universities are going to participate. And everybody tells us that we need workforce. We need more nurses. We need more therapists, we need plumbers, we need drivers, we need electricians, and the supplier of these skills can be India. India can become the skill capital of the world, not just for what we do within our country to grow our country, but also how we can supply skilled workforce around the world. We feel very humbled at Sri Sri University. We are a young university, only 12 years old. In university age terms, we are not even a toddler, but in a short time, with the blessings of Pujya Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji, who is our founder, I think we have made some very, very progressive strides. And I want to talk about a few things that we as Art of Living Foundation, our parent, are doing for skilling. In India, I'm very proud to share, we have more than 103 skill centers, out of which 16 are in prisons. Just last week, we had the first skilling program in Pulwama prison in Kashmir. And to hear the stories of transformation of what these youth, because armed with this one short certificate, degree, or program, can do to change their life is really heartwarming. On the lines of what from Palladium, we heard some stories of micro entrepreneurship. I think that is the reality on the ground. In the last about a decade, we have trained about 4,20,000 youth, including out of which almost 3 lakh rural youth in skilling. But again, this is a drop in the ocean, because remember, we have about 400 million out there that need training. But this beginning has been made, and I think the vision is to take this 100 skill centers to at least 1,000 in India. In Shrishi University, just a few months ago, we became, Honorable Minister, only the 9th private university in India to get a dual status from NCVET, assessing and awarding. And that will open a huge floodgate of opportunity for us to skill the youth of Odisha and the youth of India in multiple skills across about 45 sector skills, across 45 sector skill councils, and across multiple industries. We have a number of skill centers on our campus across Shri Kaushal. We have a Kaushal Vikas Kendra in the PMKVY vertical, and many other verticals where we are doing Surya Mitra training. What I'd like to say is that as a university, to have a focus on skill and skilling along with our usual undergraduate, postgraduate programs is a huge priority for us. And I think we discuss it at many FICCI roundtables, that we in academia need to make it our institutional priority, because without that, I don't think we can really leverage the demographic dividend of the youth of India. Along with skilling, our focus is also on creating the ecosystem for enterprise and entrepreneurship. We successfully run 2 incubators. We have incubated and supporting about 180 startups, which have created employment for about 5,000 people in Odisha and supporting about 20,000 farmers. They are serving about 3 million customers, and many of them are in the agri-tech, and related businesses. And now we are going to start incubating startups in the tech space. Again, why I'm saying this is, as universities, we spend a lot of time in training our students becoming employable, and which is necessary. But I think we need to spend time and energy and resources to help them become employment generators. And I think that is an important focus area for us. And our vision is to reach 1,000 startups only for the state of Odisha and create a more vibrant startup ecosystem through us as well. Also, our focus on rural development is very clear, and it's part of our DNA in a sense. So, Honorable Minister, happy to share with you that in and around our university, we have identified about 90 villages where regularly we are doing agri awareness camps, skilling camps for agriculture, medical hygiene camps, and so on and so forth. And I think as a university and institution, it is our great honor that we have the bandwidth, the platform, and the resources, the human resources to be able to make this impact. We are committed to it. I think the topic today is also about AI and skilling, and we all know that AI and emerging technologies are a part of our life. I'm very proud to share with you that for all of us in Odisha, that AI-driven startup from Odisha, which does drone deliveries in hilly mountainous regions of medical supplies, won the global pitch of $1.3 million by Meet the Drapers, Tim Draper, who is the mentor of Elon Musk. And we had hosted Tim Draper in our campus, and startups from Odisha, micro enterprises, nano enterprises, and other startups pitched. And one of our startups got this $1.3 million fund from Tim Draper. And these are the kind of things I think we need to facilitate We need to be the enablers, the facilitators, and that is what in Shrishi University is our focus, our priority, and we are bringing the full strength of our organization. As you all know, Gurudev's organization, Art of Living, is now in 181 countries of the world, and we are bringing the full power of this enterprise to see how we can strengthen the youth of our country, do it at a grassroots level, do it across sectors, and do it in a collaborative, multi-stakeholder format. So we have multiple partnerships. Sir, you spoke about so many partnerships, and we also have these partnerships, and we look forward to more. As a private university from a charitable organization, we definitely look for support that can strengthen our efforts. There is no dearth of capability and commitment, and that is what we are committed to. And as I always say, we are committed to bring the best of the world to Odisha and take the best of Odisha to the world, and this effort will continue for decades to come. Thank you for inviting me here today. Namaste, Jai Jagannath, Jai Gurudev.
Thank you, ma'am. So without further ado, may I now request Shri Sampath Chandra Swayanji, the Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Technical Education, Government of Odisha, to please share the inaugural address.
Jai Jagannath. Namaskar. Mr. Pankaj Satijaji, Chairman, FICCI, Odisha State Council and EIC, FAMD, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Vijay Sharmaji, Director, Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless Limited. Dr. Rajita Kulkarniji, President, Sri Sri University, Odisha. Dr. Rajesh Pankajji, Director and Head Education and Skill Development, FICCI. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, industry leaders, brilliant minds from academia, and the passionate change makers, a warm welcomes to all of you. Today is an important moment for all of us. The FICCI East India Skill Connect Summit is not just a conference, it's a platform for shaping the dreams of Odisha's youth and boosting our state's economic growth. I sincerely thank FICCI for leading this crucial conversation. India is working towards becoming a global leader in skilled manpower. Programs like Skill India, PMKVY, and National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme are creating new and more opportunities for youth to upgrade their skills and contribute to India's $5 trillion economy goal. Odisha is actively supporting this national mission by providing skilled manpower and innovations that strengthen India's position on the world stage. Odisha is not just participating in the global economy, we are shaping it. We are not just training youths, we are developing innovators. Our commitment to skill is strong and solid. Under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, Odisha's youth trained through the Skilled in Odisha initiative achieving success not only in the state but also at national and international levels. As we strive for Samruddha Odisha 2036 and Viksit Bharat by 2047, skill development will be the key to economic transformation. Odisha, with its long history of global connection, is now building new partnership in skill development by working with global institutions like ITES and various industries. We ensure that our training program stay updated with the latest advancement. Let's look at some real numbers that reflect our impact. Our 900 ITI, 1.5 lakh students, around 70% placement rate in top industries. These numbers are not just statistics, they represent lives that have changed for the better. And we are not stopping here. We are introducing new courses in EV, automation, green energy, and industry, we are preparing Odisha's youth for future ready starting from today. Let's talk about the World Skill Center. The WSC is not just a building. It is a symbol of excellence. It is a global standard in skilling, futuristic educations and international collaboration. Our goal is not to dream big, but to achieve big. We are opening new campuses of the World Skill Center. These campuses will offer training in various fields, including agri-tech, marine engineering, AI applications, and aerospace. We are also setting up a modern training center for a semiconductor ecosystem, aiming to make our state a key hub for skilled manpower in semiconductor sector. At WorldSkill 2024, Odisha's talented participants made India proud. Out of 60 participants from India, 15 were from Odisha. They won 1 silver medal and 2 medallions of excellence. This win is not just for Odisha, but for the entire nation. Over the years, our young talents have performed exceptionally well worldwide. Their success shows the quality of our training and the dedication of our students. Odisha is working to become a global center for skilled human resources. This has led to new programs in sectors like aviation, green jobs, IT, ITES, and manufacturing. Some success stories include girls from Malkanagiri managing airport operations in Hyderabad and Goa, and ITI graduates operating 400 metric ton heavy earth moving machines, earning them the title of Odisha Iron Girls. Now in the world, technology is evolving rapidly and we are ready to embrace it. AI, automation, smart learning are not just trends, they are the future. We are investing in AI-driven platforms, AR, VR learning, real-time job matching systems. We are not just adopting the change, we are leading it. India is a powerhouse of talent and Odisha is its engine. We are building bridges to Singapore, Germany, Japan, UAE, Australia, mutual recognition of skills, global certification, specialized language training. We want our youth to be for the industry ready for the world. But we cannot do it alone. Industry collaboration is the key to our success. Apprenticeships on the job training, industry lead centers of excellence. These are the pathway to employability. And to our corporate partners, I say, join us, collaborate with us, and invest in Odisha's youth. Together, we can create a world-class skilling ecosystem. We are expanding training in high-impact sectors, empowering women through targeted schemes, scaling of AI-powered career guidance, and aiming for even greater glory at future world skills championships. We are going to train more, mentor better, and support our participants like never before. We are not just aiming for medals, we are aiming for excellence. So I call upon each and every one of you, let's join hands, let's build a future-ready workforce, turn challenges into opportunities and make Odisha a global hub for skilled talent. A skilled Odisha is a prosperous Odisha. Together, let's empower our youth and create a brighter and more inclusive future. Thank you. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director and Head Education and Skill Development at FICCI, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister Sri Sampath Swainji, Mr. Vijay Sharma ji, Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, Mr. Pankaj Satija ji. It's my proud privilege to be here and kind of formally extending the vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI for this very important, significant East India FICCI Skill Connect Summit that we are organizing today. When we thought of East India, we had no option but to think of Bhubaneswar for obvious reasons, which many of the panelists in the preceding session and all of the speakers in this session have highlighted, that as a national association body, we as FICCI feel that if there is one state that has exceedingly excelled in the space of skilling ecosystem, it has to be Odisha. And incidentally, sir, we've had the opportunity to work with the state for more than 3-4 years now, and we've seen this massive trajectory that has kind of got created, that has been developed in this whole space with great work from the leadership, of course, and the ecosystem from industry that has got built is something which is absolutely, out of the world. So therefore, Odisha, and therefore we thought that we'll have this in Bhubaneswar. One thing which, as FICCI, I would want to kind of request and suggest that the legacy that has got established in the skilling ecosystem in Odisha is something that we all as stakeholders would want this to be forwarded in a way that the state would have envisaged in true sense. And from that angle, it's very important for all of us as stakeholders to explore the skilling landscape of Odisha. And that's what the purpose of this conference is, that try and see how and which way you could kind of interface, engage, and build this landscape in a form which, of course, is a win-win for all as stakeholders. There are so many reforms that we all understand is happening at the central level, and there are so many things that state government has to kind of look into. And a forward-looking and a progressive state like Odisha is something which actually is kind of going to make this whole ecosystem more meaningful and more enriching. So, from that perspective, I think Odisha occupies a very significant space. And we have thought leaders from all across in this hall. So we would have skilled university leaders, we would have thought leaders and influencers, change makers from industry, of course, skill training providers, people from regulatory space. One thing that we all have stakeholders, have to feel, and something that we all as, as stakeholders also realize the fact that skill is a domain which is quite complex in nature, and it's transcendental. It cuts across sectors. I mean, if we run past the data points that we globally get to see, with World Economic Report being the latest one, close to 59-60% of jobs needs to be reskilled. And all of this we keep hearing at various forums and platforms. Now, and therefore, it's so very important for all of us to kind of look at it in a very congruent, from a very comprehensive lens, to ensure that we're able to actually, curate this whole space in a way so that this whole, format and this whole, space that kinds of getting created goes to a higher level with more robustness. I mean, there could not be any sector that would not require skilling. So it's not sectoral, it's cross-sectoral, and therefore it's very, very important to also look at the entire value chain of conventional skill to the newer skill that the preceding session talked about. Of course, AI and other technologies that we have will cut across, but the many conventional skills, which of course would require technology element into it, but that still further needs to be fine-tuned to a level which 21st century work life demands. So from that lens, it's very, very important for us to kind of get deeper into it and ensure that we're able to seamlessly work this around and bring it to a space where this whole evolution of the skill ecosystem takes a right trajectory. So as a national body, as FICCI, we sincerely feel that we need to kind of promote and talk more about it, engage more stakeholders regionally, more so than nationally, so that we're able to get this whole, evolutionary journey that skill ecosystem is witnessing currently to a right level. So with these words, I would want to kind of thank Honorable Minister for taking the time out. Of course, it's a time when the assembly is on, and he, when I had come and met him and requested him, he had very clearly stated that he'll be there, and he's really worked it out, and therefore we had to keep it at 12 o'clock so that he could manage his time. Thank you so much, sir. As I said, the legacy that's got established, I'm sure, under your leadership and the leadership of senior, functionaries at the highest level of administration that we have in Odisha, this whole evolution will go and reach the appropriate. And as FICCI, we would want to assure you that we would want to kind of continue working and bring this whole stakeholders together from time to time. So any reform, any initiative that state government wants us to kind of steer and get into, we'll be happy to do it, sir. So with these words, I again thank you all. And of course, please be there for two very exciting sessions, post-session. I have Mr. Rashmita Panda, Chief Executive Officer from OSDA, who will give you a clear sense of what latest is there in the skill ecosystem in the Odisha. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We'll have one group picture, please. We've had 6 panelists for that session. The session was moderated by Generation India, and we had officers from Accenture, NSDC, IIT Bhubaneswar, INO Dust Tech Solutions Limited. Post which we had a presentation by Palladium. We also had a very engaging inaugural session where we had heard the Honorable Minister talk about the various skills initiatives being taken by the government of Odisha, including the World Skills Champions. We are now heading towards our next session on the overview of the skill landscape of Odisha. We have with us Ms. Rashmita Panda, the CEO of World Skills Center Bhubaneswar. May I please request you all to give her a warm welcome. Ma'am, please join us on the dais. May I also request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director and Head, Education and Skill Development at FICCI, to please join. Requesting Dr. Rajesh to please welcome Ms. Rashmita Panda, the CEO of World Skills Center Bhubaneswar, with a green certificate. Ma'am, we are planting a thicket of 6 trees in your name at Somgo, Assam.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my heartfelt gratitude to FICCI for inviting us for the session. Most welcome to all the industry partners. I can see ROC also over here, my colleagues from DTET, Principal Jajpur Polytechnic and other colleagues and all. So quite a known faces from Tata Strive and all and many others. So as we begin, my task here is to make everybody understand what we are doing in the skill development. When we see World Skills Center, it is a finishing school. But other than that also, we have a host of initiatives that we have taken under the skill development premises. So when we categorize skill development, there are 4 or 5 pillars under which we can bucket them up. One is our long-term skilling. So we have 72 of our government ITIs where approximately 25,000 kids study. And we have around 34 of our government polytechnics where around another 10,000 of our kids study. Other than that, we have many promising private ITIs and many promising private polytechnics as well. So for kids in ITIs and polytechnics, we keep doing industry partnerships for establishments of Center of Excellences. In fact, it will be a point to mention over here that out of the country's top 100 ITIs, 11 of our government ITIs figure in the top 100, out of which in top 10 itself there are 2. Secondly, we have in our other than Center of Excellences, we also do, like we were just speaking to Bhavna ji, because earlier also we have done this conversation ahead. We do value add or add-on courses for our ITI students while they are in the ITI itself, and similar courses also we do for polytechnic students. So if there are industry partners in skill development ecosystem who are interested to take up such programs, we have an enabling scheme which is Nuva Odisha, where there is some flexibility. I request everyone to go through those scheme guidelines of Nuva Odisha, where there is ample flexibility given in which we can partner with industry partners and leading skill development institutes in the country. Having said that, we have around 35,000 kids in ITI and Polytechnic. We have engineering colleges, both government and private. We have 3 technical universities, and one of which is the affiliating one, and 2 are the standalone universities with us. We have close to 80 engineering colleges, government and private both. So for them also, we have started our digital skilling program. Our partnership with Coursera is a step for opening almost 6,000 odd courses to our students of engineering and polytechnic majorly. We have also this year, this is the first year where we have started, as per NEP 2020, we have started aligning our skill development training programs for our higher education institutions, those who are doing BCA, MCA, BScs. So for that we have done, we have started with the training programs related to artificial intelligence with IIT Delhi. In partnership with IIT Delhi, we have done this partnership with them. So this is about our long-term skilling initiatives and what we do for our colleges students and all. Other than that, we have a host of short-term skilling program. As she was mentioning about one of our training partners who does in renewable energy, InnoDust. So we have close to 100 training centers spread across 30 districts of the state. So we have, I'll say, buildings, ready infrastructure, which we give on a nominal rent to training partners for training students into, these are mostly NSQF aligned courses which are run. So we have with us an association of almost 100 training partners as I speak today, and they almost operate close to 85 training centers starting from Malkangiri. Last week I was in Jharsuguda, so I had the chance to visit my 4 training centers which are in Jharsuguda. So similarly, we have training centers spread across all districts. Now this year we aim to reach the unreached blocks, which are the predominantly tribal blocks of the state. So our focus is now there, and there also we can give an incentive of 10% additional cost over and above the training cost for the training partners which are interested to set up the infrastructure and do training for our youth in the predominantly tribal blocks of the state. So this is as per the Nua Odisha scheme guidelines itself. Now we have 2 particular programs which we also do. This is one of our states, is one of its kind, where we have decentralized our skilling initiatives. So there is something known as District Skill Development Mission, where there are almost 10 to 12 departments in the state which does skilling. So this convergence happens at the district level, and they have been given the freedom to design the, choose the training partner, to allow training partners, industries who are interested to take up the skilling programs, and we've placed the funds with the districts. So unlike running it from the state headquarters only, this was the first year, 24-25 was the first year where decentralized skilling has been deeply entrenched. Secondly, we give a lot of focus on counseling activities. So ROC is here for last, I think 1-2 months back, we had the meeting of PMIS. So, so we have a strong counseling system available with us. So we have model career centers where we have young professionals, which are YPs, and we have career counselors over there in some of them. And for each district, we have CM skill development fellows. So they help us for the various mobilization and outreach activities that we need to do, whether it's in our colleges and it's in our school. And then last year, we had started an initiative of Kaushal Rath. So we have, so just instead of putting just a van movement, what we had done, we have tried to make it a bit more of experiential. So we have put some drone related skilling program which can be beneficial for school students, as we were targeting our school students for the awareness building activities. And we had put up some simulators related to AR, VR and others. So close to, we were able to touch, for each district we had covered, the bigger ones we had taken 5 days, and they had gone to the remotest pocket of the state, like our buses, our Kaushal Rath has gone into Motu in Malkangiri and the farthest part in Nuapada. So that has helped us for doing the outreach activity whenever we have the ITI and Polytechnic admissions. You'll be happy to note that more than 30% of our ITI students are girls. And they are not just for the trades which we consider as to be on the softer side. The best of our girls have got, Fronius was there. So the trainer who is there in the Center of Excellence of Fronius, she is a gold medal winner from the India Skills Championship 2 years back. So 30% of our girls who are there, they are not just into the trade of sewing machine operator or the regular painting and all. They are also into hardcore trade of fitter, welder, electricians. Now coming to the part of finishing schools. I'll start with the oldest one first. CTTC, which is there, the Central Tool Room and Training Center. They also, which is under Government of India MSME Ministry, they run a lot of short-term programs and couple of long-term ones. That is the oldest, which I'll say in the form of a finishing school and which gives very in-depth knowledge to the students of Odisha. We have 3 CPET campus. That is also where they do a lot of CNC turning related, manufacturing related skilling. Then we have one SDI Bhubaneswar, under which we have also partnered in Nua Odisha for skilling in various domains. And we have World Skills Center. So what makes World Skills Center little different is that we run 1-year courses over there, which is a top-up for the students who are pass outs of ITIs and polytechnics. Now these 1-year courses are basically 2 semesters, so that gives them a longer duration to spend in the campus, and out of which 80% of their training is practical. So when many of you might have visited World Skills Center, so if you will see, there are very less classrooms and there are more of labs. So there is hardly any chairs in the classrooms that we will find, because most of the time the students learn the hands-on learning by actually doing the work. And this year, 2 of our girl students from World Skills Center, for this year, those who have passed out, they have been placed with the semiconductor related organization, Micron in Gujarat. We are happy to share that. And so far, we have trained close to 5,000 students over a period of 3 to 4 years, both in long-term and short-term skilling. This year, we are going to open up a new branch, that is precision engineering. So where again, we are going to aim towards getting a production center facility in the World Skills Center. This is our next step over there. And this year we have also tied up with organizations which are interested for overseas placement. So we have, with Commerce and Transport Department, we have partnership with Ashok Leland, and they train our drivers in HMV, heavy motor vehicles, in 3 different locations in the state. And the best facility is hardly like less than 150 kilometers away from this place in Jajpur, Chatia. Now 30 of our drivers have been selected and they have almost completed their Japanese language training in Bangalore and now are under placement. And we expect in next fortnight, they will be able to go to Japan. This is our first batch of drivers. So almost 4,000 drivers we train in the HMV related training, heavy motor vehicle related training, 4,000 per year. So overseas placement and setting up multi-language training center in different places of the state is our next in focus. And we want to increase our industry partnership, those who are interested for skilling. So Nua Odisha is an enabling guideline for it. I'll just request industries which are interested to partner with us may go through the guidelines and may reach out to us. So we are looking for industry partners which are willing to give quality training to the youth of Odisha. And this summit organized by FICCI has given us this opportunity to have the linkages with industry, with the various skilling initiatives that is happening across the country. And this brainstorming sessions, I was going through the theme wise, it started with AI, and then we are, after a couple of sessions, we are going to overseas placement. The sessions have been very beautifully designed. So my congratulations to the whole team which has put it across by designing this beautiful session. So that's all from my side on the overview of skill development. We covered long term, we covered our short term skilling initiatives, and our next focus is overseas placement, which we are looking at quite strongly these days. So thank you very much.
In case there are one or two questions, we can take them from the audience. You may please raise your hand in case you have a question or a suggestion to be heard by Madam Panda.
I have a very generic question on World Skill Center. I know I have tried to analyze his history also, by tracing his history over the last decade or so. I know Mr. Subrata Bagchi was the founder, chairman, I will say. I don't know his exact designation, but he was the founder of World Skill Center. And probably Bhubaneswar is the first city in India which is having a World Skill Center. And I see a lot of news, graduates from, students from World Skill Centers, pass outs from World Skill Centers, they go to Singapore, Dubai. So I am a bit curious to know the quality of work they are doing. You said so many good things about them. They have bought so many laurels from international companies. So what kind of value addition has already been done, and what is the expectations in future?
So please,
Be
introduce yourself, your name and your organization.
I am Soumyananda Sahu. I am founder of a logistics company based out of Cuttack in Odisha. Name of the company is Cuttackly, and it's quite evident from my professional experiences. I work for Singapore Post Group and Delivery.com, BigBasket.com. So I'm just trying to connect the dots. After Singapore, Delhi, and then it is Cuttack. So I tell this connecting the dots issue with so many people whom I meet, not only in India, but also abroad in places like Singapore and Malaysia. So very humbled that I have given an opportunity to ask this question. Obviously, we are looking for so many logistics transformation things in a place like Odisha. There's a huge scope of doing things. Not only in, I am mostly focused on domestic air cargo in India, but there are so many avenues. Ocean cargo is there, rail cargo is there, road cargo is there. So what the skill aspect is, can you please help me understand the context of skill? Because we generally believe in like engineering or maybe management, MBA, that gives us technical skills, professional skills like handling real-time challenges, doing ground operations, managing people, doing balance sheet analysis, profit and loss analysis. So what kind of exact skills you are looking for? Of course, I'm not only looking at World Skill Center in Bhubaneswar. There are many such examples pan-India as well. I have seen instances like Osaka University in Delhi, Plaska University in NCR. So
So understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question, right? Question.
Question is what generic skills you are looking for? What is your expectations and what kind of value addition has already been done? Very humbled to ask this question. Thank you.
So you spoke about skills. I mean, what as professionals we take up generally engineering, medical and management. But there is a host of students out in the rural areas and in other areas also. Why not just rural, also in urban areas. So those who are not able to match up to that level of engineering, and many of them opt for ITIs and polytechnics as well. And today also, if we go to the shop floor of any any leading industry Jindal is there, they will say ki most of their shop floor workers would be, skilled workers will be the fitters, the electricians, the welders, the machinists. So World Skill Center is a finishing school. So when you ask of value addition, what is being done? So generally when our students, I don't know whether have you seen any ITI or not in your field of work. If you go to any ITI, you will see they would know the basic skills. Let us say electrician. So they will know a domestic wiring, how it is done. But when they come to, let us say a trade of electrical technology, so they go into much higher skills. They go into industrial electrician. So the value addition, and then when they learn these skills, it is not only theory. Apan jetale engineering padhithibe, when you would have gone through engineering, most of that were theory. So now it is more of a practical usage, like how exactly the work is to be done. Let us say you spoke about logistics, so I'll take something from your side only. So let us say there is this, we have in World Skill Center, there is a trade that is refrigeration and air conditioning. So now in air conditioning also there are two parts. One is the domestic air conditioning, one is industrial air conditioning, HVAC technician. The room where we are sitting in, there must be, the full one is having must be a HVAC related work. So the technician which does that is known as HVAC technician. Similarly, I'll take an example of cold store. We have a lot of cold storage all across in the country. So there is a particular module related to cold storage in the refrigeration and air trade. So it is an I'll say all enveloping trade which will cover all dimensions, but it's all related to practical aspects. So that is the value addition that the student which gets into World Skill Center learns. And I'll also like to add upon here, there are many other finishing schools also which has come up. NAMTEC is there in Gujarat. Kaushalya University also is there in Gujarat. There are many other, India Institute of Skills is there. So there are many others which has come up. In Bhopal itself, there is a Global Skills Park. But this is the first one probably where almost 4,200 in long-term skilling and nearly 800 in short-term skilling have completed these courses, and with almost more than 90% of the graduates getting placed over there. Now, when we see a regular ITI pass out, where does he or she generally goes? It goes into apprenticeship. If you'll see, we have NAPs and NATs, those who are dealing into it. So they'll generally get into apprenticeship. But an ITI graduate, when it comes to World Skills Center and after the training, their salary range also increase, what we have seen, and over a period of time, it is increasing even more. Let's say the average salary which an engineering graduate, some of you might have seen that Cognizant news which came up some, I think couple of months back. I don't want to get into more details over there. So my average salary of World Skills Center graduate is now almost crossing 2.8 to 3 lakhs per annum. The highest package this year was 3.8 lakhs per annum. So this is the value addition which a student who is like 20, 21-year-old ITI pass out far away from a place in Nuapada may or may not be having a lot of avenues in his home district. And that is how not just one life is changed, but a family's, if you see the profile of the family also gradually starts changing. And that is what the value addition that we are looking at when we speak about skill development. Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Himanshu Shekhar from the Registrar of Companies from Cuttack, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, to please join the dais.
I'm Himanshu Shekhar, Registrar of Companies Odisha and Official Liquidator, High Court Cuttack. Since FICCI is already a partner with this scheme, so I guess the people associated with FICCI, they must be aware what is exactly this scheme all about. First of all, I'll thank FICCI for asking me to join this session. The last session, which was conducted by Madam Rashmita Panda, she has already stated the state of affairs with regard to skill development in state of Odisha, what state government is doing and how they are collaborating with IITs, and what are the steps taken, how the salary has increased, what is the value addition they're doing. So I guess this scheme, I'll come straight to my part. Prime Minister Internship Scheme 2025, this is exactly a game changer. What is the industry is saying about this program? That is the word. The word is game changer. Basically, this scheme is an intrinsic vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, which he calls Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Started this quotation, I've written this quotation, and what he is all about. He says skill development and employment are crucial needs in India. Our government is consistently working in this direction. So with his vision, I'll say this is his vision with regard to Bharat's inclusive growth. How 2047 India, which we are calling that will be a developed nation. How the youth will be ready, how the industry will have that workforce. That is the basics upon which this program is based upon. So coming to the basics, this program was announced in last year's union budget, and the executive agency is Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Very straight away, I'll say that we are basically a regulatory ministry. The people who are from industry, they are aware of about ROCs. But we were given this task to execute this scheme since it was directly linked to the corporates, to the companies. And as I said, FICCI, in addition with FICCI, CII, they both are our executive partners. And they both have played an equally important role across India in executing this program. The key features which is already written in my, which is already being demonstrated here. This is exactly to the youth who are aged between 21 to 24 years of age. This for general category, OBCs and SC/STs. There are separate categories. There is some age relaxation also. The Government of India's policy is being followed up on that. But normally 21 to 24 years of age people are the youths who are basically from a very low income background. I mean, like the income background which we have chosen is less than 8 lakh. Any family member who of that youth who is earning less than 8 lakh, it doesn't include, I mean, like composite income of the family. If individually people are earning 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, so that is also included. So that this program becomes inclusive. Only those category of youth who are having that humble income group or family income group, they are chosen for this program. As everyone is aware that this session is related to skill development, and this is the part which Government of India is playing. So naturally, this is a vision of a skill development and creating employability. How this employability will be created? I mean, the basics of this program is the training has to be given from the best. Who is the best? The industry is the best. So we have included the corporates, the companies. The choosing criteria is very categorical. We have chosen top 500 companies of India based on their CSR expenditure. It includes private sector, public sector companies also, and the big companies, listed companies, all of them are there. So the category is, this category has been chosen based upon their CSR expenditure. I'm sure, I mean, like this is the starting of this program, and this is a 5-year program. So naturally, the number of companies will increase. It will become from 500 to 700, and then 700 to top 1,000 companies also. So it will come down, it will trickle down to other companies also. Now, what is the basic thing? Why this program was envisaged? Why this was thought of? Basically, this is naturally, if industry, I mean, like you all people are running industries, so you must be aware that academic learning and the real world experience, they both are different things. Last session, ma'am was also saying that we are more and more focusing on this bridging this gap exactly. So this program is basically based on that. So we choose the people, we choose the youth who are of a certain age category, who are from a humble background. And I've called it as a growth engine to inclusive growth also. I'll come to that point later on. So this real world experience, this they are gathering from the hand-on experiences which the companies are giving to them. This program is designed as such that a minimum of 6 months hands-on training in the field has to be given by the industry. It can be a 6 months classroom training also if they want to increase the interpersonal skills and other skills of the candidate. but minimum 6 months on the site training has to be given. So this is the real world experience. I mean, the best is training and the best exposure they are getting. This is how we are just narrowing this gap, which this industry we thought of, the government of India thought of, it was lacking exactly. Now, I've just called it as a engine of inclusive growth also. How this is happening? I mean, there's a gentleman who was asking a very nice question. How, and because the people who are from IITs and IIMs and all, they have a bigger exposure in everything. But what about the other youths? So basically, as I said, it is from a humble background. We are choosing the youth from humble background, 10th pass, 12th pass, simple graduates, even BTechs also, barring IITs, because they have exposure. IITs, IIM, certain category of degrees have been barred, and certain, and like professional chartered accountants, company secretaries, MComs, IIMs, these people have been not included in this scheme. But people who have passed 10th, 12th, graduation, BTechs, they all have been included in this scheme. So lower background, open to all. This is how this engine is bridging the gap, and this is how it is aligned with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India, that is inclusive growth of the country. And who is preparing these youths? The best, that is the industry. They are training it themselves. So basically, what will happen after, because this is a 1-year program. I'll come to the basics of the program also. This is a 1-year program, almost fully funded by Government of India through DBT. I mean, like one-time DBT when the candidate registers on the portal, or we have an app now. On 17th of March, Honorable Finance Minister and Corporate Affairs Minister, she has launched an app for this also, for easy registration of the candidates. So at the time of registration, they get 6,000 straight in their account. And post that, they have a 12 months training. So 5,000 each has to be given by Government of India through us, of course, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. In that 5,500 rupees has been expected from the corporates. And that they can book under CSR activity also. That can be booked. I mean, that is almost no cost. Why that 500 was given? Because training is being given by corporates. So they're aware the candidate is coming on time or not. Is he listening to that? Is he getting proper training or not? So when the company gives 500 into his account, we are assured that, okay, fine, the candidate is doing well. Then remaining 4,500, we pay into the account of the candidate. That is how it is all designed about. Since we have been executing this since November 2024, this is second phase of pilot project. Almost it will be completed by 31st of March. As on date, the current date of the last cutoff date is 31st March for registration and applications. What I have seen, I mean, I'll come straight to the Odisha part. The state government has extended a lot of support. In earlier session, I have seen Shri Bhupendra Punia sir was also there. He's the one, like Secretary Skill Development, Government of Odisha. He's the one who is the nodal officer for executing this on part of state government of Odisha. What sir has done, very nicely, he has formed a committee of collectors in every district, where district skill development officer, district education officers, district labor officers, they all are included in that group. We have 2-3 WhatsApp group also, in which I am also a member. And as ma'am was saying, Smita ma'am was saying that they have model career centers, and they're going to university professors and principal sirs have also come. They must be acquainted with this. They must have got some later from Government of Odisha and all. So what the universities and MCCs are doing, they are collaborating with their alumni associations. The candidates who have already passed in and who are falling in this age group, they're getting them registered, and on the site registration is happening. And I'm proudly saying that state government of Odisha has done a wonderful job. In PMIS, Odisha is #1 state across India. So we have, while I'm coming to the point, we have approximately 3,449 opportunity in this pilot phase across Odisha. And for that, 48,000 odd candidates have already registered. And out of them, 26,000 have already applied. So if you see the registration, I mean, approximately more than 14 times it is there. So we are getting a good response from the candidates, and all thanks to state government of Odisha, who has done a wonderfully, who has designed this program so wonderfully that it's reaching the state headquarters, district headquarters, talukas headquarters, block headquarters, village panchayat headquarters also. So everyone is there from the state helping us to make this program a success. As I said, it is a 5-year program announced in last year's budget. So the vision is to train 1 crore, I mean like 1 crore of eligible candidates, youths, who are ready to take India to that Honorable PM's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And the industry should always be getting, in this whole run, should always be getting a industry-ready workforce. As the gentleman was asking, how these youths can conclude and how they can converge into state governments other than IITs, IIMs and other people. So this is how this program has been devised. Can I get next page, please? Thank you. I know it is not visible. This is what state government of Odisha has shared. This is the data as on 24th of March, and yesterday's date. I'll read it out for you. The total opportunity in the second last column, you can see it's 3449 and approximately 48,784 candidates. This is a district-wise breakup. How many vacancies are there for class 10th, 12th, diploma, graduation and ITI? These are the broader categories. So out of 30 districts of Odisha, we have opportunity in 29 districts. So data of 29 districts are being given over here. And yes, I can see Anugul, Khorda, I mean like Bhubaneswar, Sundargarh, Sambalpur, these are the leading districts where these industries are based, and the applications and the number of opportunities both are more than other districts over here. So this is a breakup of data as on 24th of March. So these things significantly boast like the government of Odisha and government of India. They have collaborated so well to bring this program on reality and to make the youth ready for I mean like a developed Odisha and a developed India. Can I go to next one? Yeah. These are the partnering companies. This is what I was talking about. Since I am the registrar of companies, so I should be giving you the exact view what is happening. So these are the companies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean like starting Mahanadi Coalfields, Nalco, OMC. These three are PSUs, and then IMFA, Dhamra Port Company, that's Adani Group of Company, Utkal Alumina. I guess these companies are based in Odisha, registered with me, and they have given the opportunities in Odisha. Other than these companies, the Geo, IndusInd, SDFCs, there's several other companies, Vedanta for that matter. So I mean like more than 20 companies are there which have given these opportunities across Odisha. Total number of opportunity, which I already said that it's more than 3,400 approximately as on date. So this phase, we are having 3,400 candidates, and these opportunities are being given by these companies. So industry, overwhelming support. FICCI, overwhelming support. I'll not forget to mention CI also. CI has also given a very nice support. So, and one thing I just gave a caution that we are an enforcing agency, and now we are going into a program, such kind of program. So without state government, without FICCI and without other people, it was not possible for us to execute this program up to this level. So I'll thank all the partners, including state, FICCI and all, who have made this program reach to this stage. And currently, this is a pilot project. I'm very hopeful that in coming 5 years, not less than 1 crore of youths are getting engaged into this program, and they are ready for this growth engine, what Honorable PM has envisaged as Viksit Bharat in 2047. Thank you for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshuji. I think it was a great presentation. A huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar. Thank you. And as Himanshuji has just shared, that FICCI is the nodal implementation agency, one of the nodal implementation agency for the scheme. Please feel free to reach out to us for any queries, any issues regarding the scheme directly to us or to ROC. And we'll be happy to handhold and support the entire FICCI Secretariat. As I'm sure you are now aware since morning that how seriously we are working in the skill space, keeping in mind the upcoming and futuristic theme sessions like on AI, and now that we're talking about on unlocking global opportunities. So thank you, Himanshuji. We will also be having one more session after the tea break at 3:30, which is on the upgradation industrial training institutes for the future workforce. So currently our session is on unlocking global opportunities, the international mobility for Indian blue collar workforce. To moderate the session, we have Mr. Rajesh AR. He is the CEO for LabourNet Services India Private Limited. Please welcome him. We have with us Dr. Shubham Kishore Das, the Principal for Government of Polytechnic Jajpur. Welcome, sir. Dr. Rajiv Sharma, the Vice President, Head Skill Development, JBM Group. Welcome, sir. Professor P.K. Nanda, Vice Chancellor, Siksha O Anusandhan, deemed to be a university. Welcome, Professor Nanda. And we have with us Mr. Prasanna Samuel, the Director for Synoptic Skills Studio Private Limited. He's also an expert on world skills automobile technology. Welcome, Mr. Samuel. May I now request the moderator, Mr. Rajesh, to please take on the proceedings.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you all here in this room. What I can promise you is a good, deeper, fascinating conversation on this topic of blue-collar workforce mobility. Our conversation today maybe is divided into 4 pillars of conversation. One, the level of where does the blue-collar jobs lie, right? Which are the cities, or where those jobs are there, what kind of an industry segment and what kind of a sectors it is. Let's call that as an industry pillar. The second is a certified workforce pillar, which is the accreditation pillar, with skills and other things which is important. The third pillar is the mobility pillar, which is the tech-based mobility, which was not there years before, or with the advent of new age technologies, which was the first part of our conversation, the AI, the skills passport and various things which is there. That's the third big pillar. And the fourth pillar, which is the policy pillar, with government signing on with a lot of G2G projects with Japan under TITP, with Germany. So there are a lot of enabling ecosystem which is coming in. So the conversations hopefully we will revolve around these 4 pillars. And I'll put a context and then I'll allow the panel to introduce themselves and think to it. See, the international mobility has not been anything new. We have what? Around 18 million people, around 2 crore people, sending us near to $100 billion every year to the country. So it's not new, which means on an average, one worker is sending around 4 to 5 lakh rupees. But what's the problem? The problem here is 90% of these workforce are in low paying, low wage, informal jobs in these countries. And their average is around 1 to 2 lakh rupees per annum. That's the severity of the problem and we need to solve. And we have a very eminent panelist here with us and to share the ideas. We have Professor P.K. Nanda, who is the Vice Chancellor of Siksha O Anusandhan with us. We have Dr. Rajiv Sharma, who is the Vice President, Head of Skill Development, JBM Group with us. We have Dr. Kishore Das, who is a Principal Government Polytechnic, Jajpur with us. And we have Mr. Prasanna Samuel, who is a Director, Synoptic Skills Studio with us. So what I will do is, maybe for a quick couple of minutes, I'll ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and give their first level of ideas on the international mobility of the blue-collar workforce. So, Professor Nanda, maybe we can start with you. If you can give us a context around this, maybe I'll just pass on this mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Vicky, for inviting us to share our ideas. As far as the university is concerned, I think this kind of thing in new education policy has been focusing on. Earlier, the universities were created with a notion of creating new knowledge and disseminating it, but nevertheless, in the new education policy, which has a paradigm shift, now is focusing on more on skills. And yes, there was a international mobility earlier, but now the question mark is since the skilling requirement is different in the international arena, and so also the technology has changed, evolved over the years, and therefore the reskilling is necessary for the students or the who wants to go abroad. And the developed countries, the manpower is less and they want to have a job get done, but they look for the countries like India or China, where they want to get the skilled manpower with required knowledge. Now the university has a kind of a role to play in a sense. Not only that, nowadays the focus is on the technology, the analytical skills, the health sector. More also so the practical kind of the hands-on training, learning by doing notion is in the kind of the embedded in the university curriculum. And therefore, now we want to see that the graduates who actually the students who graduate, whatever level, could be the undergraduate level, could be the postgraduate level, they should learn to do by something by hand while learning the deeper analysis theory and other things. And therefore, the university is now embedding this kind of programs and connecting to the industry. And the new policy also vouches for the industry problems should come to the classroom. That's why the professor of practice has been introduced by UGC, and universities we are also kind of recruiting the professor of practice who will give the live problems, the industry problems, get acquainted with the faculty members as well as the students. Therefore, now the students from the different disciplines, not only for the tech, also the other disciplines, could be hotel management, could be agriculture, could be anything, any healthcare sector, or the paramedical sector, which is a great demand, they should be well prepared, now well skilled, along with the kind of the theory, so that they should be kind of moving to the countries where they'll be well needed and serve the country.
Thanks, Dr. Nanda. Dr. Kishore, if you can give us a context of the topic, I mean, from your experience in being principal at the Government Polytechnic, Jajpur, and from your industry experience about this international labor mobility as a context setting to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Shubhanga Kishore Das, currently working as the principal of Government Polytechnic, Jajpur. Previously, I was the founder deputy principal of the World Skill Center in Bhubaneswar. In fact, I have started it from the inception. So that makes me enabled for to talk on this topic, because there we primarily focus on international placements of the blue-collared professionals. So basically, let me again recapitulate the fact that India is one of the youngest country, having almost 60% of the populations below the age of 40 years. Now, this we can leverage as a dividend, and if we properly skill them, otherwise it will become a liability on us. So that makes everybody think to actually skill the young professionals so that they can contribute to the economy of the country as well as to the world also. And also it's a fact that globally many countries are having aging populations which demands the skilled workforce there to do their job. So this gives us a stepping stone for our professionals to go there. Now, what are the real challenges which makes us think how to go forward? The first challenge is for this blue-collared workforce is the underemployment. All of us will agree to the fact that when a ITI or a diploma passes out from the industry, from the institution, and gets into the industry, the amount of salary he or she gets is not adequate. Now, when we negotiate with the industry, the industry reply is they are not contributing a lot at the initial stage. That's correct. So where is the gap? The gap is the need-based skill training. Everybody has to think on that, and here the industry and the academia has to come hand in hand to design the course, design the curriculum, conduct the train the trainer programs, and so that in turn we train our young people in the area which is in demand in the industry. As far as global mobility is concerned, so the basic advantage of that is if a student from the institute goes on a global placement, the amount of salary he or she gets is much higher than what he or she gets here domestically. So that contributes to its own economy as well as to the economy of the country. So summing up this, there is a necessity that everybody from the academia, from the industry, from the policy level, we need to sit together and think how we can push and how we can train our students, our young boys and girls, so that in the future they'll be fit to work anywhere in the industry in the globe. What I foresee from now is across maybe 10 years down the line, all across the globe, there will be Indian blue-collar professionals who will be working in different sectors, starting from manufacturing to healthcare to beauty wellness to semiconductor to logistic, any sector you can speak up. So that's what I foresee from now. But the thing is that all of us has to sit together and work together in a coordinated manner, the government, the industries and the institute, so that we can make our students capable of achieving that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Das. Dr. Rajiv, I'll just come to you. I mean, if you can also give us a context of the challenges which is there for the international mobility of our blue-collar workforce.
So, okay. Thank you. Good evening to all. The topic, what has been allotted to us is really the most important topic. I can say for this East India Skill Connect Summit. The shortage of blue-collar workforce exists both nationally as well as globally. This is not the global challenge. It is going to become rather serious challenge for the nation. The big, almost everywhere within the country also, the organizations are suffering for the great shortage of the blue-collar workforce. That forces the organizations to ask the individuals, the young boys and girls, to stay for the extra hours. Otherwise, everybody is supposed to work for 8 hours. Why most of the companies are asking to work 12 hours, paying extra time because of the shortage of manpower. This is a hidden thing which we are not realizing because we are not able to get the required number of manpower within the country. First thing, I will take excuse because I have not introduced myself. I am going directly. I will go introduction in the last. Okay. Another thing, the global mobility. India must take advantage of this because India has got set up of both kind, world-class centers and the average or the below average training institutions. We have World Skill Center, we have CTTC Bhubaneswar, we have almost 20 world-class training centers of MSME, Global Skill Park, Kaushalya, NAMTech, BSDU, so many world-class institutions we are having. So definitely you can't expect the candidates passing out from these world-class institutions to go and join the workforce of the government minimum wages. No, they must get the premium, at least double the minimum wages they expect within the country. There are institutions, you said that diploma, they are being paid less, but here also within university, there are institutions, 100% of diploma candidates are picked up at 3 times of the diploma salary. I was there in CTTC last year, 42 candidates Maruti has taken from one single institution, offering 5.40 minimum salary. all other companies also offer them the much high premium. So the quality has to be established within the with the institutions. Second point, there is a very high demand and there are no structured efforts both from the government and the responsible agencies. You take the example of TITP. It was launched about 7 years back. I was connected from the day one with the meetings. The 300,000 target was given. When the agreement is signed between the two ministers in the presence of ministers, just analyze what is the progress. Against 3 lakh, maybe we might have sent 3,000 in 5 to 7 years. So what is the progress? So 3 lakh, we have sent 3,000. So means opportunities are there. This is not a very difficult task. The only thing, nobody has taken the responsibilities, or even these government institutions, if they were given some target that everyone should target about 100 candidates a year, what is there? You have to train them for the soft skills, TITP, that level N5, N4, these two, N5 and N4 are the good enough level, they are waiting. So India's performance is the poorest in the world in terms of manpower supply to those developed economies where they are looking at. Now the German model, and very recently, I think last 2 years, they have opened up the skill visa, which was never before in last 70 years. They are giving you concession to our young boys and girls. It is a wonderful opportunity. We must take it that apprenticeship visa has been allowed. It is not only that healthcare, hospitality, elderly care, or the construction, it is even for the apprenticeship program. Our students, they can join those apprenticeship. These are the world-class qualifications. Candidate who undergoes the German apprenticeship is far better than our Indian graduate engineer, in theoretically as well as the practically. And they are highly demanded without any investment. No fees is charged in Germany. They are paid stipend from the day one. That is for the apprenticeship. And second is for the healthcare. They are looking for only B2 level of German. That is not only, that takes about 1 year of dedicated efforts to learn the language. So the agencies are working. There are many people have developed business model. So with this skill summit, we must take maybe some this thing that we should prepare our manpower at least certain numbers, so that this what exchequer we are receiving from the developed countries is increased many times. Because you see, the starting salary of a untrained nurse is 2,500 euro. And after 9 months or 6 months, it becomes 3,500 euro with working hours limited to 40 hours, not more. Whereas in India, they are working 72 hours, 12 hours shift in the hospitals. So this we have to somehow maybe make it popularized. There is no amount being asked by any of the agencies. It is a pre-mobilization. Many agencies are charging in India, which is not correct. That is not legal. This is a free movement of skilled manpower to those countries, and rather incentives are being paid. Okay. So the universities or the skill training partners, those who want to become partner in this direction, I can also assist them. I have personally known many of the agencies in Germany, so we can connect them. That is one. Take the example of plumber. I was discussing day before yesterday in Germany to my friend. He was working in his bathroom. I asked, why did you not call plumber? Well, a plumber, getting a plumber, it will take 1 month. If you want plumber today in Germany, it takes 1 month. Odisha has the best plumbers. Odisha has the best plumbers. Where we lack, if we could train them in the language skills, that plumber earns at least 10 times of the salary what he is going to get here. The charges are 100 euro per hour. 100 euro per hour. So there is very high untapped potential, and we have to tap it through our skill development initiatives. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I am Dr. Rajiv Sharma. I have worked both in the private as well as in the government sector. I started in 1987 with an automotive company, and 20 years I have worked with Indo-German Tool Room program at Indore. Okay. And also with German International Agency for Cooperation, GIZ. And last 12.5 years, I am heading skill initiatives with JBM Group. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajiv. So, President, I think it's a good important segue. While giving an overview of the blue-collar mobility, if you can also touch upon what Rajiv was talking about, what is the real issue or challenge with Indian workers getting an international certification? So maybe if you can put that context.
I will do that. So good evening, everyone. So I am Prasanna Samed. And sir, in 1987, when you started working, I was 5 years old. Okay. So, and after completing engineering, I was probably the, yes, I was the only crackhead who wanted to work with a workshop, wanted to work with a dealership when OEMs were there stepping at our doors to, recruit us. The whole idea at that time was to gain that hands-on experience by working at a dealership, hands-on. The salary was abysmal, but over those 3 years of working with a dealership, there was a treasure of experience that I gained. And probably that was the reason when I joined Mahindra, I was there for close to 16 years. So all that experience I was able to put into training. And even now when I represent India as the World Skills India expert for automobile technology, that experience comes in hand when we train our candidates, train young students who are like 20, 21 years old, to groom them to a level where they can compete with the international competition. Now, why I brought this point up is because the stark difference that we observed for the first time when we were preparing our candidate for World Skills 2022, which was supposed to be held in Dresden, Germany, there was a big difference in how the European and the American candidates, and especially Korean as well, how they used to address the competition, how they used to approach, and how we used to train them. There was a big difference. There is a lot of importance which goes into following the process. There is a lot of importance which goes into personal safety. There is a lot of importance which goes into the cleanliness of the environment in which the candidate is performing. Now, these are the key aspects which our workforce today lacks. I can talk about the automotive industry. In 2004, it was the same condition. Even today, if I go to any dealership across the country, it will be the same. The condition in which our people work today, if we have to groom them to become eligible to work in Europe or US or any other country, the first thing before the skills, before the technical skills is something that we'll have to work upon is how they have to maintain personal safety, how they have to maintain workshop safety, and how they have to adhere to the process that is given. An example is in 2005, I was working with a Maruti Suzuki dealership. Suzuki Japan, they had launched a scheme where they send Japanese technicians to Indian dealership to work for a few months. And our job was to see how they perform. And there was a technician from Japan who was overhauling a gearbox. And the way he did was every component that he took out, he used to wrap it in a paper, write down what the component is and put in the tray. So that is how we dismantled the whole gearbox. And the next month, one of our technicians, he tried to do that. He tried to replicate it, did a very good job. But next day morning when he came back to the workshop, everything in that tray was scattered. And it was his seniors who came in and said that ki aise to koi bhi kaam kar sakta hai kar. A skilled technician is the one, if I mix up everything, even then you should be able to identify what is to be put where. So our approach towards skilling is, I believe, that is why we are expert. That is why we call ourselves as masters, because we can do that. That is good. That approach is good as far as learning the skill or honing the skill is concerned. But as far as completing the job, when you're working at a dealership, it is about the time that you take to perform a job, because the job card or the repair order is based on that timeline. So that is where processes come in place. And our people have to learn to adhere to processes, cleanliness, and most importantly, safety. And as far as now the high voltage EVs coming in, safety has become more of a prominent thing to do than the others also. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, President. I think that was a good thing. So what we are trying to establish, there's no first dearth of jobs outside. We are seeing aging population in most of the cities. There is Europe itself is talking about 45 million people as a shortage for skilled labor. But important thing, and this I'll come to Professor Nanda, what Mr. Prasanna was talking about. How do we ensure students who's passing out of our university system can be certified or accredited to a global standard, like the same example which he was talking about? How do we ensure this parlance is there so that a person who passes out of our university system is able to deliver the job in a different city or a different country effectively, which is up to the international standards? So how can academia play a role on that?
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of kind of ways we can do and in doing across the country now. As you told, yes, now the industry wants the kind of the industry ready people to be there. So they want to train them earlier, and different certification program also around. Now university is connecting the students, those who are interested in different kind of skill sets, to the different company, those who offer the certificate. And that has been practiced across the country now. So in our university also, we have been doing it. And it's a good thing that the moment they spend 6 months on this kind of certification program, they get certified, their confidence level grows up. And also they work in the industry for some time before they are really employed, and work on some of the part of the life project. So that gives them a kind of the feel of the real world problems rather than the kind of the analytical skill they learn in the kind of the environment. So that's one. And another thing I think universities also are trying, known as the flipped classroom. No more the stereotype classrooms are actually existing, or I think will exist. It's a kind of the problem will be given to the students. The students will come prepared. It's a kind of a discussion, and they must do. Now the component of the laboratory, which is earlier days, 30, 40 years back when we studied the engineering, is no more. It's integrated with the theory, and they have to they will be given a problem. They have to form a group and come up with the idea and solve the problem. And then not only that, that will be verified by the industry expert. That will be a kind of certified within whether the problem is up to the level, which level, and what is the lacuna and all. So that way, actually, the people also gets confidence. I'll just give an example what we tried there. To get the feel of the people that yes, you should be away from the silo learning or the monotonous learning or the monologue learning of the classroom. We started a couple of years, 2016, started a program called accreditation by US process, like ABET Accreditation Board of Engineering and Technology of US. That's a very serious process, and where you have to start this simple project right from the first semester, and by learn by doing, and make it the project happening all through the class project, and eventually you have a capstone project, which will be a real life kind of a thing. And when you introduce in the first year, right from the first year in a mechanical, we gave it a chance to design and also to do by the things in NC machines and all. And the problems we got connected to the society. How actually we had adopted some slum villages. The children come to the university for study in the evening. We asked the first year students, ask them, what is your requirement? What's the fun? So they'll identify a requirement, and that becomes the entire semester project for the student. To do that, to learn that, to design that, apply the engineering principle, and then design themselves with the help of faculty and technicians, and the finished product they will deliver to that. And we found the students are taking more interest in those classes when we went as judges, and we found fantastic job they have done, and they take more interest. So that led us to open tinkering labs in the future semesters. And we see more people are often interested in the tinkering lab, where you give freedom. You bring your components, do something, anything of your own, and give us a product. And that led to the concept of the ethos of the startup ethos in the university culture, which Honorable Prime Minister has given a clarion call. And now we are seeing the many students are interested in those kind of projects. Even a dental students in India interested in the harnessing energy from the wheels. Even an agricultural student is now coming up with the idea of waste to energy. Such kind of things are happening in the university now. So this is a good sign of environment where the students are also now learned that no more silo learning. I have to learn to fit into the real life problems and industry, and therefore I'll be employed. And even they are aware of the what happens in the developed country, and they demand themselves that I must be certified in X, Y, Z, and university should help them. And university has started doing this. This is a small step. I think across the country, university have started doing it. And because of the new education policy also, this is a kind of a urges to do that. And even our university also have been doing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Nanda. So I'll just come to Dr. Das. See, how do you encourage? I mean, like if the market is for overseas market is for high tech workers, they don't need graduates maybe, but a proper accredited certified in say what Madam Panda was talking about, say HVAC, the AC duct engineers or a particular thing. How do you now get in? I mean, how do we encourage more and more youth to pick up vocational training over the degrees and the general degrees in the particular country?
See, there is a clear-cut demarcation between the students who take up vocational as a career and who take up undergraduate as a career. That's a social criteria to that. Mostly, I have spent 30 years in this TVET sector in the state. I have seen that most of the students from the humble background, they come for the vocational training, and therefore we should focus more on this. Now, your question is how we can encourage
the students. Yeah.
Okay.
So that we have enough good quality supply, so which we can.
No, in fact, if we get into the statistics of the admissions since last 10 years, we are getting 100% students in our vocational training institutes. I'm talking of government. Private is a different thing, and almost 70% of them are getting placed from the campus itself. So that shows that the training which is happening at the ITIs and the polytechnics of the state are happening at a very fairly good level, and industry is also recognizing that. Now here the question is how we push them to go abroad. So that's the topic of this session. So let me speak on this. So for that, since I have spent 4 years in World Skills Center, I'll be able to speak on this. So World Skills Center is a project which is in collaboration with ITES Singapore. So ITES Singapore is one of the global leaders in TVET sector in the world. So there basically we had taken the reference of their curriculum, because when you talk of certification is the last leg. So it starts with the curriculum. So unless somebody provides or conquers the curriculum, that organization will not give the certificate. So we have to see from the beginning. So we taken them as our knowledge partner, and we moderated our curriculum as per their standard and provided training on that. And finally, we are also getting a certificate from the Singapore organization, ITS. The students who are passing from all the courses from World Skills Center are getting a ITS certificate, Singapore International Certificate. So that's how it happens. Now, over the years, we have seen that if we consider any international organizations, the focus on the training on the domain side is there, but more than that, they also focus on the life skills training. So that's what where the language training comes into account, the attitude building, a bit of design thinking. So all these things are incorporated in the skills training to make them globally employable. So I think we need to establish more number of organizations like this, like World Skills Center, which will attract or which will which will teach them that last leg of the training to make them capable to do any global job. So that's what is my opinion on this.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Das. I'll come to you, Dr. Rajiv. Based on your experiences with various countries and your own public policy things, if there was an Indian worker and an European worker who comes and applies for a blue-collar job, other than the language skills, what do you think the European worker will have an advantage compared to the Indian worker, which is...
You asked a question which has no comparison. First thing,
Okay.
you see a European worker, an Indian worker, you see our Indian skill training system so far has been maybe implemented, like take the example of ITIs, they are the pioneer, the maximum numbers. We train for turner, fitter, machinist, grinder in small segments.
Okay.
A person is turner, he knows only operating lathe machines. Okay. So we train them into very specific domain, whereas the international training has been multi-skilling. A machining technician means he should be able to operate group up machining, that is metal working. He can operate turning, milling, grinding, CNC, and he is able to understand and design those things. He knows very good about materials and cutting tools. So that is one major. Whereas in India also we have premier institutes like tool room training centers, word skill centers, some new premium institutions. They are training in this way. Which may be only 1% of the total training population in India. So the comparison cannot be.
So it's primarily on technical skills.
Primarily on technical skill, we are at 20-30%.
Okay.
And whereas a European worker, Japanese or German, or against that, if you put a Indian ITI turner, where he will stand. So that comparison cannot be made in this. Second is, right from the what my colleague Mr. Prasanna told, cleaning and all these things. In our places, people complain, sir, my teacher is asking to clean the shop floor, whereas it is compulsorily, when we got training, we were sweeping the workshop. Not only cleaning the machine, means the entire cleaning has to be understood like cleaning of temple. That the place of work is the temple. So that culture has to be built in all our training institutions like ITIs and polytechnics. Cleaning of those workshops should be through, not by force, but by motivating and involving by the student. That will build a culture in the students like cleaning, safety, housekeeping, everything will come from there. That is very, so training methodology has to be improved. It is, and that is possible when the instructors are involved, deeply involved with the students. That is lacking in our system. Second, one more opinion, for our universities, I was also in the word skills along with Prasanna. I was representing for manufacturing, CNC milling. So what we have seen in 15 days, it is not, the word skill is not only in the basic sciences or basic techniques, it is in all technologies where our universities can participate. Web technology, CNC, design thinking, everything. There are 63 skills and that cater to the university curriculum. And in our country, participation of universities in skill domain is very less. It has to be improved. So when maybe universities should participate, right from, should pick up some of the skills. When we were there, we were ashamed of what is our performance. India got 0 gold. We were waiting when our name is announced. China came, delegation of 61 candidates, 59 candidates won the medal. China delegation, Chinese delegation comprises of 61 candidates and 59 candidates bagged the medal. Rest 2 got medallion. So you see, means this is very good platform. This we want to develop and create a motivation somehow. So we are hopeful the next word skill will be better. Good efforts are being made, and Odisha is the skill capital of India. They are always ahead. India, rest of the India is one side and Odisha is one side. That is generally happening. Now the rest states are also putting. So we pray that the next word skills, our position should be better and we should somehow improve. Now you say regarding recognition of the certificates. Once we start making good performance in such competitions, our image will automatically be very good.
Yeah.
Nobody will ask about your certifications. Like earlier NTTF in 40 years back, I used to go 1985 to NTTF and 90s. Everybody was directly placed in maybe Australia or maybe Taiwan or maybe Singapore. They were getting jobs. Nobody never asked, while that certificate was never recognized by the government. NTTF diploma till now is not approved. Of course, now the training center has been closed.
Yeah.
That kind of training quality has been finished. But the brand name what they have created and maintained for 40 years never asked for any recognition or approval, because they did make a very good high quality of training. Yeah. So again, we have to focus on quality training. This is just my advice.
No,
Thank you.
thanks, Dr. Rajiv. And I'll come to Prasanna on the same questions in terms of how are you envisaging Indian industries playing this role for preparing the global workforce? For example, because maybe from an IT or a certified, they join the Indian industries. How will Indian companies start preparing them for the global workforce? Maybe from there we can.
Most importantly, this initiative of developing a global workforce has to get into their regular workflow. So if I say we have to send a team of 100 fitters across the globe, so the industry has to have that fitter role where they pull candidates from institutions and they start training those candidates in their industry, in their campus, in the manufacturing line. And that is where they learn hands-on. It's a complete OJT for 1 year where they learn the industry standard, because the research, development and all the processes are lined out in the industry. So that is where everything happens. That is where the global standard is met. Now, if these candidates, if they start working with industry for a year's time, okay, they learn all these trades by doing. And once that happens, now then these candidates are eligible to be placed globally. Okay. But just not the industry, but we need to have federations like FICCI and corporations like NSDC. They need to be the one who should be writing the policy, like how these candidates should be picked from the industry, from the academia, how they should be trained in the industry, what kind of training should be given, what kind of incentives would the industry get, and what kind of stipend with these candidates get, and then once they are placed, what happens next. But at the same time, while they are working on the OJT, while the people are performing tasks in the industry, the corporations, the federations, they have to appoint third-party assessors. Like for us, Synoptic, we are into world skills also. We are into assessments as well. And we have created our own softwares where we can define how we assess a candidate's performance. Now, if there is a third party who's assessing a performance of these candidates over 1 year, it could be a weekly, it could be monthly, it could be a quarterly assessment, and then a year-end assessment, which tells exactly what is the skill level, how somebody has progressed from say 0 to 10, or somebody has progressed from 9 to 10, right? So if this kind of a structure comes in place where the federations, the industry, the academia, the students, the candidates who are supposed to be placed, and the assessment agency, these people come together, I think then we can really say that yes, we have got a perspective, or we've got a pathway of how we make our candidates eligible to, work globally with the global standards.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
you wanted to add. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. I would like to add a small one statement to this. There is a very good stage. I can say now the industries are seriously contributing to the development of the manpower. Examples like JSW Group, Maruti Suzuki, there are many companies. Toyota. I am deeply involved in the Maruti skill this thing. So they have focused word skill preparation right from now. From right now, we started evaluating the participants who would be potential for next maybe Chinese 2026 word skills. Toyota continuously putting efforts. JSW, they are also putting efforts in this direction. ArcelorMittal, Namtech, one institution is coming up in Gujarat, Gandhinagar. I have visited personally there. Very good efforts. They have already identified some 7-8 skills and they started making. So you see the industry is now started putting efforts ki how to establish our presence there. So there is a good preparation and good support from industry for the skill development initiatives.
Okay, that's good news actually. With considering around 600 million of our population, that is the youth, is less than 25, they need to break these demographic barriers to increase their wages. Thanks a lot for listening in. Thanks a lot for the panelists. Do we take some questions from the audience? Do we have time, or we can wrap it up? We don't have time. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks everybody.
Just been joined by Shri Bhupendra Singh Punia ji. I also welcome Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director and Head for Education and Skill Development at FICCI. Requesting Dr. Rajesh to please give the green certificate to Shri Punia ji. So this is our initiative, FICCI's initiative, where we planted 6 trees in your name at Somgo, Assam. May I now request Shri Punia ji to please deliver his address.
Namaskar. Good afternoon all. Pankaj ji and other panelists. I think academia, industry, all esteemed invitees. I welcome you all on behalf of the government of Odisha. I could not attend in the morning. I think there is nothing to deliver the address because I am upskilling myself. Okay, so for last 2 months, I am interacting with many people, those who are working in the skill sector. Also visiting many facilities, including government and private. What I have understood is that skilling is very, very complex sector. So as my panelists, I was listening to them. Let's see, the skilling and the unemployment, these are 2 big problems. So we have to have, you know, that we always say that the one size doesn't fit all. That this is the situation in the skilling. So if you start the traditional or conventional skilling, then few centers and then ITI, then polytechnic, then graduates and PhD and all in the higher education, technical education field. So there I think because of NEP, because of the demand of industry, there are some changes in very few institutions, not everywhere. So students are being being motivated, or they are being because of their assessment and all that. So they are visiting workshops, they are doing hands-on on the machines, and they are doing projects, and they are really putting their mind there, and not only in just studying for the getting that certificate and then they will do something else. But at the same time, I think the large number of institutes, they are working with the old traditional thing that they will enter into the college, will stay there for 3-4 years, they will get some degree, and then that degree may be relevant whatever the future career prospect of that candidate will be, that is irrelevant. But now things are changing, as all of you are aware. that at the all levels, skilling for all, not only for ITI graduates. So I think ITI is what government of Odisha is doing with the help of industry, with different partners, that we, as Mr. I think Sharma was mentioning, that we have to really provide them hands-on training, and also when we were comparing the Indian and European workers, so the multi-skilling. So there is scope, and I will say it's not very difficult. So many institutions, they have already proved, we have proven models, we can upscale, but we have to motivate our training instructors, and at times we have to motivate students also, that it's not about the getting the ITI certificate, but about the getting the skills. Second thing, which we were discussing, or we have been witnessing in different states, maybe elsewhere also, so-called Center of Excellence and the World Skills Center. So these are finishing schools. So why we require finishing school? Because during schooling, we are not providing the kind of training they require. So that is one, I will say that you may have n number of such institutes, but you can't compete with the number of regular institute and number of students in those institutes. If with the degree or diploma, if that can be integrated, then I think need for this kind of finishing school will come down. Obviously, maybe in few critical sectors where all institutes, they can't have those kinds of labs or the machines and all that. So there we can also think of, but the majority of students and majority of work has to be done in ITI's polytechnics. Apart from that, this is technical part. So industry, most of the time, they are interested in the technical part of the skilling, and so we call this manufacturing, conventional manufacturing. But what about the graduates, those who are passing from our general education system? I don't think there is something concrete for them, where, because there's what we call educated unemployment. So except few government vacancies and all that, I don't think they have any skill where you people, those who are from industry, would like to employ them without skilling. So for that, I think we all, the skill providers, employers, government, uh, corporations, everyone, we have to think something for them. So at this time, I will just will not take much of your time. Will those who are there, those who provide skills, those who recruit, those who place, those who are thinking of going into the skilling sector, or the industry partners. So government of Odisha is very flexible in partnering with the any kind of actor in the entire skilling ecosystem. If industry wants to train for themselves, we are happy. If they want to train them at their own location, we are okay with it. If they want to train in our institutions, we are okay with it. If you want to run any institution, we are okay with it. If you want us to run something as per your requirement, we are okay with it. And apart from this, if you are into some specialized skilling, you want some COE in your institution near to your organization, then also we help there. So as from my experience in education department, I can say, because in education there are so many foundations, there are so many organizations, those who come forward and help the state technically. I am not saying that you help financially and we require a lot of finance. No. What we require is, we require your experience, we require your time, we require your expertise, we require your, maybe certification, co-certification by the industry or by the service provider, which will give, okay, certificate per se may not be that important, but at times when, there are comparison, then certification is, I may be wrong, but to me, it seems that it's very important. Even if you have very good skills, if somebody has not assessed and certified, you may not be even able to apply. Forget about the other this thing. So in that sense, I will request FICCI and their members, those who are into skilling and those who are present here. So we are very much open to any kind of partnership where you can have short-term skilling, you can have long-term skilling, you can have part of the skilling, you can be part of our assessment system, you can be part of our ranking system, you can be part of our placement system, you can be part of our soft skills where we are focusing on foreign languages. If somebody is interested, then we are very much happy to get understanding with that provider. So in that sense, simply saying that we will improve our ITIs and polytechnic and the things will move, I don't think so. So for that matter, the role of industry is very, very crucial. Now industries, they say, okay, we will sponsor, but who will actually provide the training? There is PMIS, there is NATS, apprenticeship and all that, but how many of us are actually doing? So they may enroll, but nobody is visiting the or nobody is allowing them to actually work and learn. So just for namesake, if we are doing that, we are doing disservice to our youth. So my request will be that whatever risk or kind of problem you anticipate if you are getting students for apprenticeship or internship, then government is ready to ring fence those risks and all that. So this is not only for the government, not only for the students, but if the industry has to be competitive in the global world, then skilled manpower, efficient manpower, disciplined manpower, and as we were saying that kind of ethos they have. If we have to develop, then I don't think only institutions can do that well. So we have to partner with all stakeholders, and especially industry. And one more important, I think, takeaway for the last discussion was that our universities are not, or higher education institutes which are of repute. They are not coming, I will not say no, coming forward, but I think not getting way to engage themselves with the skilling sector, which is very, very important. Other day I was visiting 2-3 such big institutions, and they were willing, but I think again there is maybe lack of some framework or the kind of focus or the kind of outreach activities they don't want to undertake. But as far as the mobilization outreach activities are concerned, that is the responsibility of the government. So we are there to help you in mobilizing the students or trainers, and helping you to impart training them at any location. So in that sense, if any university is also willing to set up such kind of institution, our only requirement is they must be placed. Placement is our one requirement. Second is, if you are placing them abroad, then well and good. So that is also acceptable. So with this, I will say that you all are welcome. Those, I think 1 or 2 met me yesterday also, your members, they had some great ideas. We will work upon them, and again I welcome and also invite you to partner with us and explore the opportunities, and hopefully this in coming years in that world skill competition will be doing good. Thank you for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we'll now move on to our next session. But before that, maybe have. Thank you so much, Punya sir. This Power Pack session shall be moderated by Ms. Bhavna Chopra Sri Krishna, the head for Stainless Academy, Jindal Stainless Steel Limited. May I also welcome Professor Bansidhar Maji, the Vice Chancellor for C.V. Raman Global University. Professor Maji, may we have you on the dais? Dr. Rishikesh Mohanty, the Principal for Bhubaneswar, Odisha School of Engineering. May I also welcome Mr. Ashish Shekhar, the Head of Talent Acquisition and HR Operations at JSW. Welcome, Mr. Ashish. Welcoming Mr. Neelmani Kumar, the Head for EduVantage. Welcome, Mr. Kumar. A huge round of applause, please. Requesting Bhavna ma'am to please take on the proceedings. Thank you.
Okay, good evening to the few who are still diligent enough to be in the audience. Thank you very much for staying till the end. It is a very important topic. It is a topic very close to my heart. And I will start off with a story before I move on to the panelists. This is about 7-8 years ago. You know, I stay in Gurgaon, we needed a driver. So we call for a driver, and you know how that market works through reference. So somebody calls us up and says, this boy is a graduate, so you please employ him. He's a driver, he's looking for a job, and so far he's only delivered groceries and all in in Azadpur market in Delhi. Anyway, I call him and he drives the car around for me, and obviously he fails miserably. His graduation does not help him. But in one of our conversations, I ask him that घर में और कौन-कौन है, पढ़ा कौन है? So he says, मैं ही graduate हूँ. Okay. So और दूसरा भाई, वो तो अभी गांव में है, तो उसका नौकरी. So he says, he's waiting for 2 months. He has an offer from Honda. He's an ITI graduate. And that's how important ITIs are to this economy. That the ITI graduate is getting a job, while the statistics, while everything else may say that, okay, they're not skilled enough yet, they still are a very important part and a backbone of the workforce of this country. And that's why I say ITIs are very important. So today's topic is the upgradation of ITIs for future-ready workforce. And we've all been hearing about AI, VR, and artificial intelligence 5.0 and how jobs are going to be replaced. And we have spoken over the course of the day how jobs may not be replaced, but we are also talking about the need for a revamping the ITI system. So I think there are two parts to it. One is revamping the ITI system, and second is the getting the ITIs ready for a future-ready workforce. And at this stage, I would like to ask my participants, my panelists who have been here, and I think the way I see it is like we have some very key stakeholders from the supply side, C.V. Raman, Institute, Bose Engineering. So here's where the supply of the workforce is happening. We have the demand side as well, which is JSW, but we also have facilitation, which is being done. So I'd request that if we can start off, sir, with a very short introduction, and also what are your thoughts in 2 minutes on this topic, upgradation of ITIs for a future-ready workforce.
Yeah. Good afternoon, good evening rather, to my co-panelists and the dear delegates. In fact, it is a privilege sitting amongst all of you. I'm Professor Majhi, the Vice Chancellor of the C.V. Raman Global University presently. I'm on leave from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela. I'm a professor in computer science engineering. And my background goes that I'm there since 1991 in NIT Rourkela. And I'm a graduate from that place. And also I have served as the Director IIITDM Kanchipuram, Chennai, 2017 to 21. And 21 to 24, I served as the Vice Chancellor of the VSSUT Burla. And after completing my both the terms, I am back at NIT and still a faculty there, but on leave to C.V. Raman Global University. In fact, like if you see my background, I am more fit towards the higher education system because I have categorically worked in NIT Rourkela and then in higher education system. But I'll put my level best to do the justice. In fact, if you see this, we have a dream for our Honorable Prime Minister, who has this dream for the 5 trillion company, 5 trillion economy for the country. And mostly this economy depends on the skilled workforce, and which normally comes from the ITIs and the polytechnic system. And unless these workforce are really qualitative enough, the whatever dream in terms of the productivity, in terms of the contributing to the system will be a failure. So definitely need of the hour is to upgrade all these systems from where this workforce comes in and comes out rather. And if you want to do this, in fact, we have to like do a SWOT analysis. Where do we stand and what we need so that this can be revamped better. And none other than the government officials or the government functionaries, industry who are the takers, and the educationists can be the stakeholders of this particular system where we can revamp this. And in the next, maybe I will say that when I look back the systems, in fact, there is a lack of experiential learning, there is a lack of trained manpower facilities or faculties who are training these people. And the industry institute partnership is really missing. I'm not saying it has started last few years, but it needs to be more aggressive and more to this. And then that is the reason for who is the manpower coming out is either not industry ready or they need further skills. That is why we are talking about finishing schools and all this. But when our manpower is very large that is coming out, needing or taking them to the finishing schools would be really a tedious job. So we should take effort that our systems must be sufficiently upgraded enough to bring out quality manpower, and where there will be some 10-20% will be leaving out can be taken to the finishing schools for that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for your introductory remarks. Ashish?
Very good evening. Thank you, Bhavna, our moderator, and it's nice to be with all members. I represent JSW Jharsuguda unit, where we are making close to 5 million steel unit. So I am Ashish, a graduate from Delhi University and did my MBA from BIT Misra Ranchi campus. I worked in 4 states. I can say worked in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Haryana, and this is my 4th state. And I'm into HR from last 19 years, majorly into talent acquisition and development part of the helping industry, all across 19 years with manufacturing setup. So as I mentioned, 4 states, I have seen the society very closely, and the vision of the government of India to reach to 5 trillion economy, it can be supported only with when the skill resources are ready with the whatever technological changes which we are seeing and may see in coming 5 to 10 years down the line. So एक हिंदी में प्रोवर्ब अभी जनरली कि खाली दिमाग शैतान का घर होता है. So youth populations are increasing day by day, and that can be tapped only your institutions are in a right place. So the conventional vocational courses to be revamped, or you can say supported with how soon we adapted after the COVID, the technological adoption which we have seen at the corporates and everywhere. If I recall, we have to change our process of curriculum. Curriculum design, selection, then the vocational courses or ITI courses can be really helpful to the industry, which industry is asking for. I was listening patiently to Samul was there, I believe he's from. So what industry demands? Well, industry demands the quality and the safety. So safety here means the individual safety and as well as the machine safety and the product safety, as well as the quality. But incidentally, these things are not being percolated or neither even taken a germination at the institution which we are having currently. Hope Mr. C.V. Raman because I have been to Vice Chancellor Sir Vanshidhar Manji Sir I have been to IITs, NITs, IIMs for many campus institutes. So they provide, but ITI where the large workforce are there in the society, and incidentally it is not been accepted by our society members also. Why? Because there is a myth, there is a stigma that यहाँ से कुछ कोर्स करने के बाद मुझे मेरे बेटे का क्या होगा, वो 5,000 की नौकरी करेगा, 10,000 की नौकरी करेगा, करेक्ट? So this is all things has to be changed on a war footing basis. I can say it can be only through the mass awareness program, where because our people are coming from the society for the institution, so we have to tap the society first rather than. So how soon you have to change the society in terms of creating an awareness? No, why driver skill, driver is a one skill which is going to be very huge in the even the gig workers, even in the anywhere, even in the beautician wellness program, even in the AR VR, even in, if you mention that 5.0, it is what the only the knowledge part we have reduced. Earlier 20 years back, 40 years back, we have to buy a book, study and refer it, and now instantly on a point of just touch on a screen you can get the knowledge. But demonstration part which is required by the industry, skill set which is required to how to operate the machine, how to handle the product, how to being safe at the workplace, it is really missing. And that will be only done once we well equipped our ITIs, vocational courses. Also, we have to reduce the redundancy, or you can say the bureaucracy in the system. Like NCIT is having a different process altogether. AICT is also having a. So how they can breeze their, you can say, come to a common platform, consistent platform to uplift this. Then we are going to actually uplift the society and larger extent to the youth population, which is going to be troublesome for next 5 to 10 years to the society and for us. And we have been witnessing, due to the technological changes, many things have started. So unless the skill force resource are not there, it is very difficult to reach 5 trillion economy, or also make our society better society. India as a proud country or developed country. So this is what.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mohanty, quick introduction and your thoughts on the upgradation of ITIs for a future-ready workforce.
Thank you, Bhavna. Myself, Dr. Hrishikesh Mohanty. I passed my BTech in 1987. Then I joined in Coal India, Dalmia Cement, then Paradip Phosphate. Then I switched up to Polytechnic education. I was working as a lecturer in Government Polytechnic. After that, I switched over to Principal ITI. I spent most of my time in ITI, you can say about 20 years in ITI. Then now I am working as a principal in Bhubaneswar, Odisha School of Engineering. Basically, it is a polytechnic. Prior to that, I was working as a Deputy Controller Examination in State Council of Technical Education. So this is about me. Now regarding this upgradation of ITI and why it is
And
necessary.
so, in your case, I'll say ITIs and polytechnics.
Yeah, ITI and Polytechnic. Of course, your topic is from ITI, upgradation of ITI, but I will say from ITI and Polytechnic as well. So I have already told I have worked more than 20 years in ITI. I have seen the ITI. I learned the language of ITI, how the ITIs are running and what is really we need to upgrade the ITI and why it is necessary. In early days, you will see industry 1.0 to industry 4.0. If you see from mechanical to electrical, it took about 100 years. From electrical to electronics, it took 50 years like that. Then industry 3 to industry 4.0, you see it is only 20, 30 years. So now the technology is changing very fast. So the changing technology. Earlier, the changes were not much, but if I'll see when I joined in ITI first in 1994, so we are satisfied with our infrastructure. We are satisfied the skilling of our students. We are satisfied our everything, you can say, raw material provided by the government, all these things. But now, after the rapid change in the technology, it is highly necessary to improve the infrastructure, not only infrastructure of the ITI, but we face the major challenge in ITI is that infrastructure as well as staff training. We have huge infrastructure. You can upgrade an infrastructure. If the government will provide money, of the industry will invest in the institute, we can improve our infrastructure. But as far as the skilling is concerned, the skill manpower is concerned, skill instructor is concerned, is a big challenge as far as the ITI of India is concerned. If we see the country like Singapore, you'll find that the minimum eligibility of a ITI instructor or any polytechnic teacher, they should have minimum 5 to 10 years industrial experience. And in India, we don't have such experience. So we are facing a big problem, big challenge as far as skilling is concerned. As you know, the trade in ITI like fitter, electrician, motor mechanic, all these things. Now, all the trades, all the skilling, all the technology, now it is moving toward digital. So it is very much required the IT instructor, I say students to learn about the digital. And it is a big challenge as far as to run the IT institute. Because if I'll put good machine, my instructor, they cannot run the machine. So the big challenge is to skilling our instructor. Next big challenge is that without, the curriculum which NCBT has given, NCBT has designed, that curriculum now it is outdated. If as on date, if you will see some of the instructors are sitting there, if you will go through the syllabus of motor mechanic or if you will go through syllabus Peter, you will find 1.5 years simply rubbing in the file, simply file works, and you rarely would find a filing work in any industries. But I don't know why the NCBT has kept this filing work since out of 2 years, 1.5 years simply filing. So these are the lacuna, some of the lacuna I am telling you. If you see the motor mechanic also, still we have BS4 engine. Still the students are working in the BS4 engine. So big challenge is that the upgradation of syllabus, upgradation of curriculum, it is very big challenge for us, and we are facing a lot of difficulties because when NCBT is designing the curriculum, they are inviting industry people, but the industry people are not giving their effort by heart. They are not giving by effort by heart. Simply they are coming, just they are participating for designing the curriculum. Not only here, in polytechnic also the same thing, because the industry people are not ready to contribute their 100% effort for designing the curriculum. That is a big challenge to us. However, industry, if you will see the ITI Cuttack, I have signed MOU with more than 20 industries, good industry like Festo, like Schneider Electric, Lincoln Electrical, Maruti, Honda. So they are putting their equipments, they are giving training, they are arranging TOT, all these things they are doing. It is good. But thing is that they are not participating for designing the curriculum which is very much required, because you see, whatever you do, these are all additional courses. See, now the biggest challenge is that all the machine, now if you go to our polytechnic or ITI, you will find we have put a good number of high-end machines, like our smart factory, they are enabled IoT, AR, VR, all these things we are using nowadays. It is not that we are not using, but thing is that certain institute we are doing, we are failed to implement all these things in all ITIs or polytechnic. So that is a big challenge for us. So as industry is our customer, so without taking the feedback of the industry, without taking the input of the industry, if we will design the curriculum, if we will run the institute, I think we cannot give 100%, that is what you are telling, that is for future ready workforce, it is we cannot give to the nation. That is a big challenge for us.
Sure, thank you. Neelmani, you're a facilitator. Your organization is a facilitator and working with the ITS. So of course, quick introduction and then your quick thoughts on this.
Yes. It's working. So, hi, good evening. I'm Neil Manikumar from Advantage. We are working with companies, we are working with different ministries on different projects. So, Advantage is working with Ministry of Skill Development as an assessment agency. And we are working with different sectors to name them, like we are working with something around 22 sectors currently. We are also working as a TPA, third-party aggregator for Ministry of with Ministry of Skill Development and Ministry of Education for NAPS and NATS program, that is apprenticeship program. Currently, ma'am, in the last 9 years, we have touched around 600 companies, and today, as on date, we have something around 415 active clients with us. When I say client, it means companies or establishments who are hiring this ITI or graduates or diploma candidates. In this last 9 years, ma'am, we have placed something around 2 lakh candidates in these different companies in different job roles. So if I give you my experience on like what are the candidates and their profile and what the company looks in a candidate. So the company doesn't need anything, ma'am. They just need manpower. They just need labor. There are very few companies who are serious about training their staff and keeping them for a longer period. So if I give you a data, we currently have something around requirement of 5,000 ITIs in different part of India. And hopefully we'll get that also, like in coming 2 months, we'll get that number as well. But there is no kind of proper plan in terms of industries, like what they really want to do with them, how they are planning career graph. So it is just like we are working on that supply and demand and supply part. The industries has demand and we are there to fulfill it. So that is how the system works, and we are quite okay with it. But yes, we need certain changes in it. Government is also working on it, ma'am. For example, there's a new concept called AEDP, Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program, where the government is focusing on education, rather normal education degree program along with their apprenticeship. So that is a wonderful scheme if it starts and if there are many takers for it. So that can be a wonderful scheme. There are universities have also come up with few schemes called BVOC and DVOC, Diploma in Vocation and Bachelors of Vocation in different trades. So that is also one thing which mix job, that is on the job training, with education. So that is something which can be beneficial for the candidates and the company, and the candidate can be in the system for a longer time. They can learn more by staying there for a longer period. So those are a few things, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So just listening to your initial thoughts, what I'm hearing is that yes, the ITIs are important. Yes, there is a lot of work to be done. Like you mentioned that, you know, in terms of demand, the youth also needs to start focusing, and we need to popularize the need for ITI skills over there. But we'll come to the details, sir. You mentioned staff training, you mentioned TOTs and the role of industry. But let me just now throw a few questions to you. Professor Majhi, I mean, you've worked, C.V. Raman, and you know, you come from NIT Rourkela, and C.V. Raman is known for nationally for its focus on skills. I think that's how C.V. Raman really got a national footprint. You got the gold medal for World Skills as well. This thing. So there is something that you did institutionally to get your workforce ready for skills. Now, using the same learnings, how do you think it can be done in the ITIs? How do we get ITIs ready for AI? How do we get those boys who are just 16, 17, who are recruited when they over there? How do we set them on that path? So both, you know, your experience at CV Raman and this.
Thank you. Like typically, you, as all of you know, that CV Raman Educational Society impart education from the ITI diploma, then in the university level, we have BTech, MTech, and PhD, very rigorous programs. And the success story of this, that as you were telling, it is nationally famous as well as it is internationally famous, because all of you must be knowing the first ever Indian gold medal in the world scale come on 2019 in water technology. It was in Russia. And in 2022, it got a silver medal again. And this year, in fact, the last 2024, 10 people have participated in 10 different disciplines, and they become the medallions again. And this success story comes because like in CV Raman, we have more than 25 centers of excellences in different frontier technology, being like partnered with the industries. We have BOSC in our board, like in our partnership. We have Mitsubishi Electric. We have Tech Mahindra. We have Tata Consultancy Services, many more, several organizations. We have a like a robotic welding center. Recently, we have conducted the national competitions over there. So the students are given training on the different centers of excellences by the experts, handheld by the experts from the trained by the industry in our own institute, as well as the institute from the experts from the industry. And we prepare from the beginning, like, you know, a year-to-year basis. In fact, begin preparation is started. So coming back from this success story, and let me tell again one more, then I'll come to the ITI level. Similarly, in IIIT DM, as Professor Mahanti was talking about, that the curriculum plays a very vital role. I'll tell you, my institute name was IIIT DM, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing. So this institute was very popularly, being different from the other institute is that we were offering, starting from the first semester to the sixth semester, 6 design courses. Starting from the conceptual design to the design thinking, to the intelligent design, to the behavioral engineering design, everything. And I'm very happy to say that the industries or the recruiters, those who come for the recruitment, they say that your students are much different than as compared to the even IITians. They have got a wonderful problem-solving behavior, problem-solving attitude, and they see the problem from a different angle, while either attempting to solve or doing something, their thought processes are different. So my objective of talking to you this particular success story, and subsequently we have done a Design Plus Plus curriculum. Design Plus Plus curriculum during my stay, that even a computer science engineer can do his BTech computer science engineering and do a MDes. A electronics communication engineer can become a BTech in electronics, but become a MDes, Masters in Design, in another 1-year program. And he can take courses from the semester onwards. And I'm very happy to say that those who will be knowing or not, the same institute, IIIT DM, has been assigned by the government of India to introduce the similar curriculum in all national level institutions as well as the state level institutions. So such things are the contribution from the good curriculum. So my objective of talking is this, both from these two experiences, what we have, I want to say that to revamp this experiential learning or the practical learning by the new technologies, I was listening that Tata has been approached to set up a robotic center in Karnataka government, some places. Similar such attempts must be made by the government to the such big players, that they should set up AI centers, robotic centers, welding centers, or whatever you talk about, EVs is a call of the day. So different setups must be made by making a cluster of institutions, a big setup, and the students must be migrating to those places to get the training, which should not be up to the level of world skill, I say, but the basic level as well as some advanced level trainings must be given, so that it is very difficult to set up every such things in every ITIs. We have so many, or diplomas or the polytechnic level. It can be made clusters, and in the clusters such big setups should be done, and at the same time just setting up the things is not sufficient. As sir was also pointing out, Professor Mahanti, the faculty and the staff must be upgraded, and not only one time upgradation, it should be reskilling, upskilling facilities must be given, so that new things can be adopted and institutionalized, so that this can be given back to the students. And coming back, like typically there is something called as the informal sector also. The skilling must be done for them also. Only for the formal sectors need not be, because our many of the revenues comes from this. And skilling, whatever to the possible level that they should be given, as well as their experiences should be taken into consideration, and the certification must be done by the industry houses. And as because many of the things are in the rural places, we should reach out to them. In fact, in place they reach out to us, we should reach out to them, and mobile skilling kind of facilities must be created. This is my thought process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's interesting. Like, you're talking about centers of excellence. You're talking about designing curriculum, which is, it's not just like few hours, but it is over a period of time. You're talking about 6 semesters. And I heard you also talking about new age skills that we are talking about, like problem solving, critical skills. This is what is helping your students.
I would add to something to this. In fact, I was having an opportunity to be a part of the delegation team when I was working in BSS UT Burla. I went to Chennai, Tamil Nadu. There is something called as a program called Nan Mudalvan. Those who have heard of, I don't know, yes or not. This is a government of Tamil Nadu initiative. And the name of this is a Tamil word. The corresponding English, I am the best. The corresponding meaning is I am the best. And this is a global platform they have created where industry is a member. All like technical institutions are the members. Each student has got an ID. And the requirement from the industry, the training requirement, the job requirements, everybody registers over there. The student is able to see. And subsequently, what are the other ecosystem? I'm just telling you that it should be done. In fact, government of Odisha during that time thinking for this, and we were being part, and we have given suggestions. There, what was happening, whatever I have spoken, they have done cluster and they have created the centers of excellences. Training for the faculties were also given. And also the industries experts, they were also coming to the ITIs or the diploma level. They were also giving offline training, and again, they were segregating their interest, student interest. Again, another is people are now mostly talking about personalized learning. We cannot force someone to take another skill where he is interested for the another skill. So they were taking the clusters interest from the different institutions, different ITIs, and the industry experts will come to a particular nearby ITI and they will deliver this. Initially, they have tried with online, but it was unsuccessful. They have come offline. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you, Professor Mohanty, because again, we're talking about supply side. So are we ready for ITIs? Are we ready to talk about AI, VR, and if we are, or even if we have to get there, like let's say in a few years from now, what would be your demand or what would be your wish list from the industry? Because what's clear is that unless we are all in it together, it's good to hear even governments saying that industry, please come to us. We'll do what you want us to do. So what would be your wish list?
regarding this AI, AR, VR, already we have implemented in some of the ITIs. Where I was working earlier at ITI Cuttack. In 2017, I have implemented this XR technology, AR, VR, XR, all these things. So this is not a very big thing for ITI to be implemented here. So this, you can say the cost, it may not be cost effective, but as you know, this AR, VR, it is not the complete replacements of hands-on training. It is just supplements of the skilling. It is not complete. You cannot replace the hands-on training with this AR, VR. So by using AR, VR, actually, we can minimize our equipments, but we cannot completely replace our equipment, that is equipments. So it is very much required, and we are doing that. And as you know, now the students, you will see, the students who are coming, we are always saying that ITI, jiska kuch nahi hota hai, ITI aa jata hai. But I have seen the spark in their eyes. They are very talented. Our students are doing coding. They are Python programming. They know this Python programming. They are doing that. So you don't think they see ITI students, they cannot integrate the AI with the, yes. So it is possible. So now you see the NCVT, they have reduced. Earlier it was, I think, 1600 hours in a year. Now they have reduced, because I was a good discussion with, I think, the senior IS officer, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. So I told the same thing, sir, your syllabus, what you have given, the syllabus, it is not, if the students will go, if will practice in that syllabus, they will not be industry ready, because industry needs some other skills, something extra, but our syllabus curriculum does not permit those things. So what I am doing, I am just inviting industries. The industry have set up their lab. Not only they have set up their lab, they train our teachers, they train our students even, they are assess our students, they have given their curriculum, and they are certified by students. So this is the beauty I have created, because I always believe there should be a tripartism in TVET. If government will give funds, if government will put equipment, if government will put staff, if government will give salary, this technical issue will not exist at all. We should have a tripartism in TVET sectors. Like German, if you see German and Japan, even Singapore also I have seen, the lab has been set up by industry only. And the students who are producing the product of the industry. But in our ecosystem, what happened? No, we have a series of tools equipments, and those tools equipment hardly will get in industry. And when the students will come out from the institution, they are seeing a different world. They fail to adopt the new technology. That's why industry are telling, why will pay more? We cannot pay more, because you have to take your students and put them in the job, and not job. We are giving them training. For training, we are spending money. So we cannot pay. So you first skill your student as per our requirement, we are ready to pay. Now you see a welder, I think one UK company, he asked me a TIG welder. At that time I was working in ITI Cuttack. I only gave, because some of my students, they are trained by the Lincoln Electric. So I have sent few students, only 5 students. Out of them only 1 student got selected, and his salary was 1.25 lakhs as per Indian currency, 1.25 lakhs. So this is the way how to train with the support of the industry. So industry support is very much required, because now it's the right platform, I am to say. Without you people, we cannot exist. The technical institution cannot exist, because you see, whatever you do, whatever curriculum you change, it is not so easy to change the curriculum frequently. Once you will change the curriculum, for implementation it will take 1 year. By that time again 2 to 3 new technology will come. So how to adapt? Rather go for center of excellence, we have to go for center of innovations nowadays. So it is very much required, because these ITI graduates or polytechnic graduates, now they are doing wonder. Now my students, they have done AI teachers. Recently you have seen national media also. My students have manufactured, they have developed one AI teacher, they have developed EV. So all these students are doing. And we are telling the students are now the students, the low profile students are coming to ITI and polytechnic. No, and if we'll go to ITI Cuttack, you'll find we have a conventional trade, that is NCVT trade, and we have the lab set up by the industry.
Now the students are telling, sir, we are ready to work in Snyder lab rather in your NCBT lab, because the lab environment which has been set up by the industry is something they know how to put machine, they know the machine layout, they know the process layout. But our instructor, some or other, they failed because they are not exposed to industries and they don't have time. See, all the institute you will see only 50-30% teachers or instructors who are running ITI or polytechnic. It is not easy to send them to industry for 1 month or 2 months training. Even I am telling you, during when I was doing my PhD, because I am a very practical person, because I am mechanical. So in Roorkee, we don't have much facilities. In IIT also, we don't have much facilities for practical. So I used to go to IIT Kharagpur to do my practicals, my jobs. And I was getting data from IIT Kharagpur and I was modeling at IIT Roorkee. So this is the scenario nowadays. Now it is the high time, not only should put their lab, industry should design curriculum. Industry may design, suppose NCBT is not allowing the industry to follow the particular curriculum, but they should have their own module. Let that module, because now they have reduced from 1600 hours to 1200 hours. Yeah, I'm right, the IT instructor can say, now they have reduced their teaching hours, skilling hours from 1600 to 1200. Rest 400 hours left to the institution. And in their curriculum, they have mentioned OJT. Now you see, if you are talking about this NAPS, all this apprenticeship training, this apprenticeship training, again, what my principal secretary was telling, it is simply pen and paper. The industry, they don't have a particular training manager. Only few industries, they have kept them training, technical training manager who are looking after these training activities. Otherwise, when we are deputing the students to the industry, simply they are roaming, they are simply getting photographs, they are sharing the photographs to the institution. That's all. And we have to believe that as on date, we don't require this paper qualification. Certification, online certification in Coursera platform, my students are getting n number of certificates from AI, all the robotics, all these things. But I don't believe this online certification. Online certification is there. But we should not believe this paper certification. We need skill competencies. Without skill competencies, we cannot move forward. Certification is required for getting job. It is a passport, you can say. But without skill competencies, we cannot move forward. You have given the very good example of CB Raman. Really, I appreciate their effort. They are PhD students or they are BTech, they are ITI students. They are involved with the skilling. They are a very good skilling. As far as Odisha state is concerned, I have seen their lab. The lab is set up by the industry only. And I have done that is tripartism, what I was telling. I am doing the same thing in my institute. I am following AICT curriculum or NCBT curriculum, but simultaneously, I am also following these industry modules. So, it's from my side how to upgrade this ITI, because ITI upgrade is very much required. And as far as the manufacture sector is concerned, because our now 17%, that is, if you see the GDP, now this manufacturing sector contributing only 17%. Now it is high time by 2030, we need minimum 25% GDP as far as the manufacturing sector is concerned. So accordingly, we have to prepare our ITA graduates in the manufacturing sector to increase our GDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohanty. That was very passionate also, and also very insightful. I mean, you're saying the capability of the students is there. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the ITI kid, because he also has access, or she also has access to everything, online courses, etc. But it is industry who needs to come in and participate in mind, heart, body, soul, everything. Neelmani, as a facilitator, what would be your response? And like sir spoke about this, that the internship, or I assume you will be doing a lot of apprenticeship placement as well. So he speaks about how the apprentices go on, and are they really learning? How does industry actually start taking this more seriously? What are your thoughts on it?
The government's focus actually, ma'am. The government is pushing for numbers. Like Ministry of Skill Development has fixed a number for say 10 lakh. They need to achieve 10 lakh apprentices by March 31st. Ministry of Education, NATS, they have some 4 lakh target hai unka. So every ministry has some targets. If they have target, we are working with them. We'll push the industries, we'll push ITIs, we'll try and get those numbers, right? But still, there are few companies, and we can name them, like Maruti is one who focus on training. We are working with one of the automotive clients who focuses on training. We send our trainers to their campus, and they, like every day, they train a batch of 30 candidates for 2 hours. So that's a good thing. But we can count those companies on fingers, right? So there are companies who focuses on training. There are universities who are sending their own trainers to few of our campuses to train those candidates. Even we have few examples where the industries are sending their master trainers to few colleges or few training centers to give them insights, right? So there are examples, right? But सबके लिए है क्या? No, I'm sure that it is not the case. Again, the government's point of view is not train and place. Now they are focusing on place the candidate and then train them simultaneously. So earlier, like in ITIs or in different colleges, what we do is we mobilize a candidate, we train them for a certain period, 2 years, 3 years, and then place them somewhere. So the government's focus is now first mobilize a candidate, place him somewhere, and then keep on training him. So that is how they are thinking. We are just following up, like जो भी वो कह रहे, we are doing that. हमें अपने numbers रखने हैं. But yes, I completely agree when Mohanty sir says that there should be TOTs जहाँ पे हमें trainers को train करना है. The ITI trainers, they are not equipped, rather they have not seen companies, they have not seen assembly line functioning in a company, how it works. So the trainers should be rather sent to companies for a month, हर 6 महीने 1 महीने जाके देख के आओ. So that should be the approach, जहाँ पे उनको पता चले कि हो क्या रहा है. First thing. Let me also give you an example of DDU GKY or some skill development projects. So what we did in DDU GKY and skill development projects is we got the candidate, we provided them with best of the facilities, but when they went to the field, when they went to the company for a job, those facilities were missing. कहाँ रहेंगे, where they will stay, what they will eat, medical facilities क्या है, there were nothing on the ground. So attrition का जो problem आता है मैम, so that is one of the reason, again, जो expectation है candidate का, that expectation is not met when that candidate goes to the ground. Companies को attrition rate company से बहुत high है. There are only few companies where the attrition rate is controllable.
Yeah.
सबका attrition का problem है. So it's not simple that we ask a company to get their resources for training a candidate. उनका बहुत सारा headache है. They have their productions, they have their targets to meet. But yes, they are doing it. They are doing it to a bit. The only thing is, अगर वो ज़्यादा कर सके, so that would be a great for the ecosystem. But they are doing it.
Okay. So you still have your thoughts about how much companies can do, but they are doing. So Ashish, now coming to you, and before we move on to some Q&A, we're clearly hearing the need for industry to participate more actively, more in a more engaged way. What are your thoughts? Like, how do we incentivize industry to actually come in there? Does the government need to do some things like, or implement some measures and encourage industry to do this? Because if you ask the industry people, we do have an intention to, like even at Stainless Academy, we are trying, but how do we make it much more active?
See, it will help to attract or involve society in a larger perspective if incentive schemes to industries are being offered. Already NAPS, BOPT, all we are getting a benefits. If I compare 5 years back history of claims and now the settlements to DBT, it is done fabulously. It is done. So it is there. Government has moved forward, but the pace which industry is looking forward is not there. And that has to be done only through the better technology. Like if I give you example, recently we have tried to appoint some of the Prime Minister, this scheme which is launched, internship scheme, fabulous softwares they have designed. I'm telling you, so fabulous, but the cost and other issues are there. But if industry would have been incentivized to some of the, although government is paying, so the smaller industry will easily you can say tap the skill resources at their factory. The bigger like us, we can employ them by providing extra benefits. So for because industries are small scale, big scale and everything. For Prime Minister internship scheme, if they can provide I remember during COVID period in 2021, I remember there is a scheme called Atmanirbhar where 12% PF benefit was given to the, where close to 1,000 crore employer has saved the money altogether, more than 1.5 lakhs, more than industries have taken a benefit out of that. And employment they have generated, new generation employment means first time job seekers were close to 71 lakhs. So cases also that benefit has led to in during COVID time till 3 years that 71 lakhs employment opportunity has created. Similarly in the Prime Minister internship also, or similar apart from whatever they are offering, if the industry could also get a benefit, the small scale industries are aside. I believe CSR involvement has to be also increased. There are I see there are challenges in CSR policy that industry which invest for the CSR adopt, but they cannot imply the resource for themselves because there is a restriction in the policy. So government has to work for to enhance that. Also, if industry can send their trainers, because industries are full, many industries are there, they are looking for resources, but resources are not available due to the many other issues. So industries are looking forward to have a tie-up with the institutes, good institutes. They are ready to send their faculty, or you can say their employees, trainer, to train them and give them 1 or 2 months of, you can say the basic, the soft floor requirements at the institute before employing them. So for them also to create this attract to the industry should work on that. If they suppose industries of 2,000 manpower, if they send 10 manpower or trainer to the ITI institute, they will get this amount of benefit or any other benefits, whatever. So it will attract, the industry will go to the institutes. This is what I look at in a different perspective. And this is what I can.
Yeah, I think sometimes what happens, I don't know whether industry really requires that financial incentive. But what happens is, as soon as you articulate it, it comes to the attention of industry, and then they start focusing on it. That
Yeah. See, I'm talking about small scale industry. Various startups are there. They can easily, like banking or IT sector, they can employ who are done some hardware course or any of the mobile repair course or any of the course. If they get some incentive of that, definitely they will like to employ people. This is what.
So for the small scale sector, MSME sector,
not for the bigger player, but then it will create a employment generation, and they will go back to the.
So if you're talking about industry participation from the MSME sector, the smaller units, that is where the incentives and all, to whatever extent, will help, is what you're saying.
It did help in, I said, Atmanirbhar Rozgar Yojana during a time of COVID. So short-term benefits will create a pull.
Yeah, that's a important part for the small industry where the employment is going to get generated. Okay, so we have spoken of, the importance of setting up a center of innovation and no longer just focusing on centers of excellence. We've spoken about design, curriculum, new curriculum. We've spoken about the importance of industries setting up labs in the institutions. And that seems to be coming out because the rest, I can hear you saying that the ITIs and the others will cope up, but it is industry who will have to set up modern technology, latest, set up AI, set up VR, we'll do it. And that's very reassuring. Any last few couple of questions from the audience?
I'm giving you a small example today. Actually, I was looking for, since a mechanical man, I was only looking for a new technology, always. So I found when I used to take my car to a garage or a street garage, you can say, they face problem for repairing the new vehicles like Mercedes, Volkswagen. They failed to repair those vehicles. So I asked them, what is your problem? Why you failed to, why you cannot repair? You are telling you take to the service center, authorized service center, we cannot repair it. So I found that there is a lot of electronics parts, that ECU. Now with the help of ECU, these vehicles are running. Mostly this, we can say this autotronics, that is automatic electronics, you can say. So I was searching for a good industry partner. So who will help me for this autotronics lab? So today, actually it has been finalized with Mercedes-Benz. And we're happy to know that Mercedes-Benz is going to set up one ADAM course. That is 1 year advanced diploma in automotive mechatronics at Bose Qatar. It was my dream project, and today we got approval from Mercedes-Benz. You will set up this lab and complete CSR. See, this is again a win-win, I am telling you. Industry will not ready to come to our institute because industry business, they are business people. They are actually basically Lakshmi and we are Saraswati. We are training institution. So it is very difficult to bring industry to our place. So you have to create that environment so that industry will love to invest in your institute. So that is the biggest lacuna we are facing. Because if you see almost in Odisha, only 2 institutes, ITI Cuttack and Bose Qatar. ये दोनों में इंडस्ट्री का पार्टिसिपेशन ज्यादा है और थोड़ा बहुत है मगर ये दोनों में ज्यादा है बिकॉज यू हैव टू क्रिएट दैट एनवायरमेंट आई वोंट बिलीव दिस courses fees people see you can they have set up only 5 in 5 university they have set up these courses. They have that is on south one Pune like that only 5 institute and course fees is 1.5 lakhs and the students of Odisha they are going to take that course at Pune. This spending 1.5 lakhs. So this is the beauty of the industry collaboration. So industry is ready, but somewhere our system failed to attract those industry. Like my friend was telling, industry needs some incentive because industry also they want to work in a win-win situation. Let us create that win-win situation so that industry will love to invest in the institution. Thank you.
On that note, I'll bring it to a close. But while we started off with AI and the importance of and how AI is going to take over our jobs, I'll close it on this note, and it's my opinion that as long as you have people like Professor Das, you have people like Professor Mohanty leading those institutions, no AI VR can come close. It's your passion, it's your dedication, because that's probably the hardest jobs, the trainers at the ITIs, the people who are managing those kids, selflessly working for those institutes and in the academic institutions. That's where the magic is happening. It is your dedication, and AI cannot replace that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. One group picture. To formally close the session, may I please request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you for being here till the last session. So, we would have got a sense why did we choose Odisha as the state and Bhubaneswar as a city for East India Skill Connect Summit. So we had Honorable Minister, Secretary, and of course OSDA CEO, Ms. Rashmita Panda. Not just did they talk about the flexibility and other enabling ecosystem that they built in from this forum, but also while having informal discussion, they did very consciously kind of requested us to kind of request you all to kind of come up and engage in whichever way possible. As a stakeholder, the government is absolutely open, and Secretary in his remarks made it so clear in terms of anything that we as industry feel is critical for skilling, and we want government to come forward with an enabling framework. They're absolutely open to it, both formally from this podium and otherwise informal chit chat also has made it very clear. And therefore, we feel very enthused and excited as FICCI to push this agenda forward. We have also been requested by the Secretary and also by Minister that let's chalk out a year-long strategy where you help us get partners, interested partners, who would want to look and work at various aspects of skilling, right from training to assessment, certification, or for that matter, center of excellences. So anything that we as industry feel is important for the ecosystem, and the kind of conviction that we as stakeholders feel we would have would actually kind of make the government work around it. So I think from that aspect, such events are really important and very, very, I would say, critical. So I'm sure most of you must have found something to take away from, but the idea basically is to have an ongoing engagement in the respective state. And I think this is the third regional event that we are doing, North, West, and of course East. But this has really been, I would say, and of course this also has to do with the fact that we have had a long association with the government of Odisha, and then we feel that there would be something very tangible for all of us to take away from, of course in the form of partnerships. So therefore, I would earnestly request you all to suggest anything that you want to through FICCI or directly otherwise also, but do work around, because the idea of doing all this conclave and closed-door interaction is to take not just discussions forward, but also ensure that there's some fruition that we are able to achieve from all this engagements that we from time to time do. So with these words, I would formally also like to thank our partners. Of course, we need some funds to run the show. So we have Jandal Stainless, of course, as one of the critical partners, along with Palladium, Sri Sri University, and Shiksha Anusandhan University. So thank you all. Wish you a safe flight back home. Thank you.